got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Say that we're done. You. I know that you want me back. Know that you want me. Know that you want me.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Believe it or not, we are already in the challenge season and it's day one here for Call of Duty Mobile in North America. And it's time to see which of the top 8 teams in our region will continue on in the competition down to the top 4 and so on from there all the way through to champs at the end of the year. My name is Glitter Explosion and I'll be your host for this challenge season. So let's get our amazing casters in here as well. We've got Ton and Infinity ready to do it. Only a week since we last saw each other in our open finals. We are keeping things moving here, Ton, now in the challenge season.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of these teams, you know, you battle through that really long bracket stage and now you go into another, but with a lot more treachery, I want to say. This is really where you have to step up your game. You're playing at the highest level. Let's see how these teams do.
Yeah, we saw some good sparks of life there for North America in the open finals, so I'm hoping that they're ready to bring it now that we've made it to the next stage of the competition, Brody.
Yeah, it definitely feels like I think we're going to get a lot of new faces here this season. Really excited to get into it. And a lot of the old guard are returning as well. There's been a lot of mix-up in roster mania, so excited to see what the new era of North America looks like.
Well, we'll get a chance to take a look at the format here. Obviously, we made it through that open finals that we're talking about, and now we're here in that challenge season. We've got 4 weeks of competition, a GSL-style bracket for our top 8 teams with 4 teams in each group, okay? And that's how we're going to be proceeding here today. We have to go through one of our first groups, and we'll see how our teams do. And then, of course, they're all battling it out to make it through to those challenge finals. That is the ultimate space. Like I was saying, top 8 down to 4 in those challenge finals. It does not get any easier, and we're going to be keeping things moving quickly with a GSL style format. So our teams need to be on top of their performances right out of the gate here today. But we talked about it in open finals. That's where the prize pool starts. Now we're in the challenge season, so the prize pool increases. It continues to go up, this time $2,250 to first place, Ton.
Yeah, that's very nice, especially, you know, for some of these teams coming into it. You already made what you made in open finals. Now you have an opportunity to make even more. It's a nice little prize pool for just a few weeks of COD Mobile, huh?
But, you know, it's not just North America that's doing all this. We were also covering EU, but there were a bunch of regions that qualified through all of their teams that will respectively all now be battling to try and make it through to their own challenge finals, Brody. And then, of course, get whatever spots are available through to the championship at the end of the year.
Yeah, it's nice to see a good spread of teams across all 3 regions competing in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, you guys will recognize a lot of names here across all of those regions as well. Favorites in Europe like Animus and Exclusive competing once again here in North America. You've got the likes of NA, Falloffs, and Undream returning to the competition. And of course, fan favorites over in Latin America as well, like the World Championship toting Galaris roster, Ancient Gaming, Street Gaming. There's been a lot of organizations investing in the Latin American region this season as well. Honestly, I think a lot of exciting teams competing across the board.
Yeah, this is really cool that everyone's kind of at the same stage of the competition, but now we get a chance to take a look at the groups that I was talking about when we were looking at that format. This is our first group, Group A here for North America. You've got Undream and Rebels up there, and then Zitlalix versus Nexus in this group. Of course, they'll be playing each other. Winners move through on that upper side of the bracket. It is still double elimination in this stage of the competition, so whoever loses drops down to that lower bracket, and those 2 teams have one more opportunity to qualify through from this this bracket. But then we have Group B as well, the remaining 4 teams that qualified through from our open finals who have to do the exact same thing. And we'll see them do that later on in the challenge season as well. Same exact style. Winners stay on the top. Losers drop down to that lower bracket with one more opportunity to stay alive. And at the end of this, we will have 4 teams out of our 8 that will have qualified through. And in order to get there, it's going to be a bit of a battle as we get to see some of what happened on their way here, Ton.
Yeah, it was well, maybe not necessarily the best of side of things for Horus in this matchup, but for Undream, we're going to get to see them today, obviously advancing through. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting, especially for the GSL style bracket. Obviously, I know we did this last season as well, but just to remind you guys at home, it's 2 wins before 2 losses, and you get to challenge finals. That's how that's the simplified version. There is a little bit more to it than that, but it is pretty much 2 wins before you lose twice, and you get through. So interested to see how some of these teams are going to adapt to it. It kind of doesn't give you too many opportunities. It gives you, well, one opportunity to make a mistake. If it seems like Undream, though, they want to probably try and get through in the shortest route possible.
Definitely a much better way to put it. That's much simpler, Ton. I think that everyone at home is appreciative of that. And that's what everyone's going to be focusing on. Will you get those 2 wins? And how quickly can these teams do it? Because we saw our groups, so now we know what to expect here for the day. We're going through Group A first. So now that we know who those teams are, that's the matches we're going to be focusing on. We've got Undream versus Rebels first to kick off the day. So let's start talking about this matchup a little bit here, okay? Because we got to see all of these teams now go through our open finals, but always, and we talk about this a lot, Brody, open finals, very different from what we see here in the challenge season, or at least that's what we're expecting because we've now whittled down the competition.
Yeah, when you're in the open final stage of the competition, I think the differences between the best and the rest are kind of laid bare, right? You'll very often see the best teams in the region just kind of sail through pretty easily, and then everyone else kind of struggle to barely qualify. You'll see a lot of names kind of in there that you wouldn't normally see because of the randomized nature of the open finals format. But Undream is a name that you guys should remember at this point. It's filled with some of the best teams hailing from Mexico, of course, a region that joined in with North America in Season 5. It has a lot of good players as well, like the likes of Fabuloso. This is a pretty impressive performance from him, by the way. 50 kills. Tan and I have watched a lot of Call of Duty Mobile, a lot of Hardpoint, so we know that's a high number to get. Of course, this is from open finals, and I think more impressively, it's against that Horus Esports roster that you guys saw in the replay package as well. So to drop a 50 bomb like that against a really talented roster like Horus Esports, that is a solid performance from Fabuloso. And I think it's indicative of the kind of performance that we're going to be expecting from this Undream roster coming into this tournament. I think it's worth saying these guys are one of the favorites to win the entire thing, and that's for a really good reason.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be that easy to drop 50 kills this time around, Tom.
Well, you wouldn't think so, but the way that they did perform in open finals, the strength that they do have, they will be the favorites to go through in their first match and in that second match. They are very much the top dog, I would say, in this group. I think that's a fair statement. So yeah, we'll see how they do. I would imagine probably not quite as simply as how they got through the open finals. No, Lauren, you're right.
Well, they're going to have to go through Rebels if they want to keep their hopes alive, if they want to stay at the potential top of this region. A team that I don't know that they'll make it super easy for them. It's going to be tough, though. We talk about this a lot coming out of open finals, the teams that find themselves a little bit lower in that overall. Now, don't forget, these are seeded based off of how well they did in the open finals as well. So that's how you determine who they're going up against. So Rebels are at a bit of a disadvantage here, Ton.
They are, and coming through is one of those teams who kind of made it just due to some adjudication that was done between some of the rosters that originally didn't make it for the side of Rebels. Getting that opportunity, though, to prove that they do belong here. But what harder opportunity do you need to kick things off? It's going to be a really tough matchup for them. They are going to be one of the weaker teams, but let's see how they have improved. Have they made any changes to the roster? What are they going to kind of do from there? Have they been looking back at their VOD to try and get something, you know, that maybe they're doing really wrong? Let's see how it's going to go down there, but it's a real big test at first. But one thing I always say, the better teams you play, the better you get. What is it? It's a rising tide raises all ships. It kind of applies to this as well. You play against these better teams, you see what they do, you get better from that. So let's see what's going to happen, though. I think it's a tough game for them to start, but let's see what they can learn from it.
Well, we also get to see here if they were able to learn anything from the open finals based off of these picks and bans. Were Rebels able to get any maps that could favor them or potentially put Undream on a little bit of a back foot here, Brody, as we get to see what the choices were?
Yeah, some interesting choices in this one. I think we saw Coastal in open finals from Undream. That was a map they managed to win that best of 3 out against Horus Esports on. So for Rebels to pick it in this best of 5, interesting for sure. Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Don't worry, folks. But they decided to give us an absolute banger in this series, right, guys? Now, listen, I don't ask so much. My birthday is not that far away. And these guys have decided to give me an early birthday present. We get a Crossfire control. I don't think this could have been a happier moment for me. What a way to start, mate. It's 12:47 in the morning, mate. It feels like a brand new day.
Honestly, you speaking about your birthday, I don't even know how old you would have been when Crossfire was originally released. Were you even born at that stage? I don't even know.
One sec.
You would have been very young. You would have been.
What was it, 2007?
So Call of Duty 4, yeah, it would have been 2007.
I was 8 years old, mate.
8 years old. That is disgusting. Oh wow. Oh man, yeah, that is. It's where I was. It's where I was forged. Was Crossfire Search and Destroy. I don't know if Crossfire Control was necessarily something that we would have back then. Of course, the game mode wasn't invented. But yeah, super interested to see how that one's going to go down. But yeah, it's a cool little map set.
Little did 8-year-old Brody know he was going to be looking forward to Crossfire Control here in the SPS as we get into our first match of the day and of the entire challenge season for North America. This is going to be a great way to do it. We've all been talking about it, wanting to see what Crossfire Control is going to bring. And I actually really like the pick because I think it keeps both these teams on a little bit more equal footing, considering no one has really wanted to touch the map. So this is going to be super fun. I can't wait to get into it. So let's do it. Match number 1, ready to go.
Well, thank you very much, Lauren. Excited to get into it myself as well. I think, yeah, Brody, we'll quickly just get it out there. I think for Undream, the fact that some of these maps made it through, you see Coastal get in there, you see Crossfire coming in there for the control. The first time we've seen it on broadcaster, but I believe. Right. Is this an opportunity for them to sort of try out some maps at this stage? You don't want to try too much out in open finals. You want to make sure you get there. Now it's an opportunity. You do have that somewhat buffer of that one loss you can have, although I don't really think it will happen in this matchup for Undream, but it's an opportunity for them to try something out.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, mate. Yeah, I think this is one of those opportunities, right? You're not expected to lose this match. Again, like I think we've kind of set the stage here by saying that Undream and NA fall-offs are without a shadow of doubt like the top 2 teams in this tournament, obviously. They're for a plethora of reasons, just the amount of talent on those sides, what those rosters kind of look like. And so I think for both of the teams, they are expected to win their groups with flying colors. And yeah, you want to throw some kind of early maps in there, kind of widen your map pool as much as possible in these early games, you know, kind of dip your feet in the pool, as it were. And this is a good opportunity to do that. Just kind of get some experience on those maps. We've seen it a lot in the past, but as you said, there's kind of a flip side of that conversation, which is that, you know, you can never underestimate anybody in the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's very easy to do. And I think it's easy to underestimate a roster like Rebels. Something we didn't really get a chance to bring up there is the fact that Rebels from open finals to this point in time, so to the challenge season, have made a couple of additions to the roster, namely Yawn and Legacy. I believe Legacy, spoiler guys, is actually going to be playing in this matchup. It's something that I kind of put down. I always kind of do like win conditions, right, for teams coming into these matchups, and it's very difficult to imagine a win condition for Rebels to have against a roster like Undream. But for me, the win condition is bring at least one of those players into this best of 5, because you kind of need to pack a punch your roster if you want any shot of beating Undream. They're doing that. I think bringing in both players would be a solid, right? I mean, like you go back to kind of season 5, Yawn has been a consistent player over the course of the last couple of seasons of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Season 4 with Truly, season 5 with Hype Mobility, and has performed well on both of those rosters. Legacy did well on Hydra in season 5, so you know, you kind of bring in a couple of players that infinitely improve your roster just by joining the damn thing. Rebels will look a lot better for it. So they're already putting one foot forward in the right direction, Ton, but it's very different putting into practice here as we get into these maps.
Yeah, and a difficult game to get that practice into as well. I look for some of these players coming in. I think you kind of go in and you know that this game is. I'm not saying like, you know, we're not on any stretch of writing them off, but you are coming into this one, you know that there isn't much pressure on. So this is a good opportunity for those teams to kind of just get some things going. You know, trying not to have any. It's not one to have arguments with, isn't it? Like, you know, you're heading into a map, something's not working, you go back, you look over it, you say why, you can kind of discuss it as a team. For these guys, it really is just about trying to qualify. If it takes you 3 games, it takes you 3 games. That's kind of where we're going to be at. But for On Dream, they're going to be coming to this full of confidence, as we can kind of see from the map set. Again, like, you know, there is those testers coming out in a certain degree. They're going to see if they enjoy crossfire control. I'm certainly going to enjoy it, whatever happens. And I was told that we are loading in the lobby very, very shortly. We're just waiting on a couple of players coming. So hopefully we'll be ready to go in a second. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see one of the favorites up close and personal. First game on. It's also interesting to see how these teams kind of come out the gates. I would imagine all guns blazing will be the case as we head into the summit. So yeah, it's a nice map for them to start on. But yeah, for On Dream, I kind of agree. You know, you look at that roster, you look at them on paper, how they got through that open finals, you really are putting them up there. You know, I was saying, I think, you know, looking over towards the other group, I feel like that is maybe a little more competitive, with this team in particular, and Andre maybe feeling like the steady favorite in this one, whereas on the other side of things there's maybe a little bit more of a mix-up. I know they're probably leaning obviously towards NA fall-offs, but it feels as if there's maybe a little bit more of a fight there. But realistically speaking, On Dream are the stronger opposition in this one, I would say.
You know what? Like, I'm going to put myself on the line a bit here, mate, and say that I think early on, if I had to like come out with a prediction as to who I think is going to win Season 6, like just right here, right now, I would actually say Undream are coming in as hot favorites, like even beyond NA fall-offs. And the reason I say that is because, well, really a couple of reasons. First of all, it's the fact that we've got a full Mexican squad, Mexican powerhouse roster back together again. You've got to remember that a few of these players last season were kind of the mixed, like American, Mexican squad in status quo. They did pretty well on that roster, but now you've got kind of this Undream roster from like Season 4 LATAM back together again. Of course, that was pre-merger of Mexico into the North American region, right? So you've got players that have a lot of experience together, back playing together, and also looking pretty good as some of the best players from Season 5 in the region. So that's like reason number one, right? And you do go back to Season 5 and you talk about status quo as a roster. Technically speaking, you talk about kind of NA fall-offs being this season's Tribe Gaming. Status Quo were by far and away better than Tribe Gaming, like way better. Like, I know obviously they won Nexus won the entire thing, but like, it just logically, you're looking at this roster as being kind of the successor to Status Quo, that roster being the successor to Tribe Gaming. And on paper, it looks like Undream are coming in as hot favorites. So I think a lot of people are going to be underestimating them coming into this. They should be pretty good to take the entire thing home. Although I understand that Tribe have also made a couple of changes to their roster that, or I say Tribe, not calling them Tribe anymore. NA Fall-Offs are making a couple of changes that might make things interesting, but we'll see. Either way, I think this is, the first real chance for Mexico to actually take the North American region, which is, by the way, a damn sight massive difference to where they were a couple of seasons ago, where they were competing in Latin America, and many of the rest of the teams, like Galaris, for example, were kind of decimating them. So very different situation here, but I have all the faith in the world, like a roster like Undream can take the entire thing at the end of the competition.
I'm interested though to see how NA Fall-Offs do. Yeah, I mean, you look at that roster. I swear, I promised Vig. How many times has he actually retired?
How many times have you retired? Yeah. There's an NA challenge or EU Challengers player like Denza. You remember Denza?
Oh, yeah, no, I know.
Retired like 8 times.
Yeah. A lot, yeah. But I mean, we seen Vig not too long ago, didn't we? And he was just like, oh yeah, I don't know, man. I didn't retire. Yeah, here he is. Here we are commentating in the room. Well, next week, of course. Anyway, but hopefully we're going to be loading in this game pretty shortly. The teams should be ready and raring to go. But I think, as far as predictions go for this one, I think this is a pretty simple one for us to kind of decide. Yeah. We're kind of having a bit of a chat over before, Brody. It really does only lean in one direction, this one.
Yeah, this feels like it should be a 3-0. I feel so horrible. I feel dirty saying it. I feel like I'm just like writing a team off every time I say, this should be a quick 3-0. But I don't know. It's very difficult to imagine a way into the series. I think, especially analytically speaking, especially when you don't know Rebels' strengths and weaknesses coming into this one. And mind you, Rebels are not a bad squad themselves. Like, you look at the composition of this roster, and there are names on this team that you guys will recognize, not just the likes of Yorn and Legacy, but the likes of Naz, who I think, again, has competed in a couple of seasons of SPS back in Season 4, I think he was. There's a lot of good names on this team, but again, they are up against it. They're up against one of the best, if not the best team in the region. This is a lot to ask out of Rebels. Let's see if they can start off by stealing a map away. Summit Hardpoint is going to be the map to get it done, to start this best of 5 off ton. And I guess this is kind of an even footing for both of these teams, right? This is a map that both of these teams will have played for a very long time now, so Rebels should know how to play it.
Oh, it's been around, well, not quite as long as Crossfire, but it has been around for a very long time. So If you are Rebels, you know exactly what you should be doing on this one, but it's about whether you can execute it against a team like Undream, who are going to come into this one all guns blazing. Voltex can find one on the side of Rebels, but for the most part, it is a full wipe for Undream to get things kicked off yet. 50 seconds to go. Looking good for some solid time over towards P1.
Yeah, and this is the conversation point we always have regarding this hardpoint right time, is the fact that this hardpoint is P1 on any hardpoint map is a hardpoint you're not really going to be afforded that much time on. But this hardpoint, actually, you can get a fair amount just because you can get the power positions up top, right? There's a number of different areas in which you can control this hill from. Right now, Undream aren't really even doing that. They've just got 3 or 4 players sat inside the hardpoint, winning the fights. Finally, though, they lose a couple of kiloton, and now Rebels going to be contesting. Doesn't last that long. Undream win a wave of gunfights, and this is a lot of time you're giving away for P1.
Yeah, you're right. You know, you can pick up a decent amount of time over towards this one, but well, if you're picking up 49 seconds, which is what it's going to look like for Undream, that's a bad sign if you're Rebels. Right now, it's a decent start for them. The rotation over towards P2 is about to drop down. Agnes is going to find 2 though on the rotation, so that's going to help out the side of Rebels to maybe just try and get themselves set up, if only momentarily. Now they've all been wiped, and you can see Undream setting themselves up now. P2 is beckoning, and that's nearly 50 seconds over towards P1. I'm not sure what the record is, but that wouldn't be far off it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of records that could be potentially broken here on this one. Was it Fabuloso had 50 kills on a Hasiana hardpoint or something like that? So yeah, there's probably a serious chance here to get some records set in this game. Oh my goodness me, Undream are just completely shredding through Rebels already, and you're seeing an operator coming out on P2. This is a very early equalizer from Shisu that doesn't work out in the end. Gets a couple of frags, and that's going to be about it. But honestly, at this stage of the game time, I don't really necessarily need it. Undream are picking up the slack every single time somebody dies, and if Rebels lose this rotation as well, this would spell disaster. They've got 1 player that's spawned in on that side. You've got to be careful of player number 2 though. That's Shisu, who picks up 3 kills. That's the worst possible thing that could have happened in that situation.
Yeah, we did start this game about 7 minutes late, and I think Undream are just like, oh, okay, you want to catch that time up? Yeah, well, I mean, if it keeps going like this, we may well be done very, very quickly here. Rebels really need to step it up. They don't have the rotation over towards P3. Undream are here and ready to hold this one down. And this is kind of what we were trying to allude to. There is a pretty sizable gap between Undream and Rebels right now. Rebels kind of made it through. I don't want to say on technicalities or anything like that, but, you know, there was some issues with some of the teams coming in. They were one of the second options, and, well, they're struggling right now. This is tough. They have been put towards those back spawns. They will be able to get there quicker, but Undream, that's kind of where they want them, but in about 50 seconds time.
Yeah, right. I mean, this is the thing. You can fight this one from the front if you really want, as long as you're recognizing where Rebels are spawning. Now players pushing in towards the back line mean that Rebels should now be spawning out towards the middle of the map, and this is that awkward moment, right? 20 seconds left on a hard point. Do you really want to be pushing in for this time if you're Rebels? Because you kind of, if anything, want to be setting yourselves up for noob. Raiders finds 4 in the feed. That's going to be Undream getting themselves the last 10 seconds or so. Hey, on the bright side, Rebels have a point. Everybody's looking up here if you're Rebels. But something I want to kind of draw your attention to right now is looking towards the feed. Look at the SMG meta in its current state here in Call of Duty Mobile. Right now, we've just had a little bit of a ban coming through. One of the attachments, the magazines, the USS9 just got banned just before challenge season began. So I was kind of curious to see whether or not things would change, whether or not we'd see a couple of Fenix in the meta. Doesn't look like that's the case off the rip here. Feels like everyone's still quite comfortable with the USS9.
Seems that way. Time for Rebels to get their operators up and running to maybe see if they can get anything going here, but we could be heading into a second rotation with Undream finishing it off on P1. And has been that one-sided so far. Rebels with only 4 points to their name. This is a whitewash at the moment. Undream, well, I've got their foot on their necks, and they are just pressing that foot down harder right now. Rebels can do very, very little here. 24 seconds remaining over towards P4, and it's been just flawless from the side of Undream. Rebels just no answer at this moment in time. Feels very one by one. It feels like very, very lost at this moment in time. But when you're getting slammed like this, what else can you do?
Yeah, it's just so difficult. I mean, there is just a massive difference right now between Undream and Rebels, and it's clearly in the slaying department. You're looking at players like Vertex, who are currently sitting on 4 frags in this game. Magnus not doing that much better at 8 kills to his name. Undream are destroying Rebels at this point in time, and there's not really much the Rebels can do about it. Right back to P1. This was a hill last time around, but what did you say it was? It was like 55 points or something like that? You thought it might be a record.
They got 49. It was about 49. They can win it, yeah, Brody, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, that looks like that's going to be the case. Undream just 40 seconds away from victory, and they can get it if they stack up every single second. We should see an ample contestation from Rebels, and well, that will do it, Ton. So things won't end here on P1 at least.
4 dead, man. Here we go. The comeback's on potentially. 25 seconds remaining over towards this hill. Undream will get themselves back inside of the point, though. A couple of kills going to go down, and this has been an astounding performance, and it's kind of what we said. You know, they're going to be coming into this season as one of the favorites, if not the favorite, and we are getting a very, very good opportunity to see exactly why. Legacy trying to hold something down here, cannot get it done, but Undream now in a phenomenal spot. 225 and rising. Rebels do actually get something onto the board here as far as those 25 points go, but Undream, I mean, this one is done, bro.
Yeah, it feels very difficult to get out of this hole. Now, I'll tell you what, mate, if Rebels win this game now, this would be a hell of a comeback. Like, this would be one of the best comebacks we have ever seen in Call of Duty or Call of Duty Mobile. So, you know what? I'm going to entertain the idea, mate. It could happen.
There is this thing we do as commentators called selling the dream, and setting it up in a position where it's not looking like one team is going to be able to do too much. This is maybe not a time where I'm not that good of a salesman, sadly. Undream right now. Well, I mean, Rebels are starting doing better, to say the least. I mean, they had 1 point after 4 hills. They've now got 37, so that is a 35 or 36 times improvement at this moment in time. Undream, though, still 13 seconds away. They may well be able to get it done here. You can see the spawns, not too bad, actually. One player finding a kill from Rebels. So they have made this somewhat a little bit more interesting. They were, at one stage there, Brody, looking like they were going to get 250 to 0 point clubbed. Thankfully for them, that hasn't happened, but they are going to be heading over towards the next hill. Rebels are in control, but Undream need a singular second.
Yep, and that's not going to happen. Oh, wait, there we go. Okay, I thought the game had ended there for a second. Feels like an inevitability, though. Contestant coming in from Legacy, and that's going to be all she wrote here for game number 1, folks. Undream come out and dominate in game number 1. An exponential increase in the points there for Rebels at the end, right? What are they, like quadruple it? Like octuple? Is that a word? They octuple to their point. If it's not a word, I'm making it a word. They got a lot of points at the end, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, very, very one-sided. That's one of those games where what more can you say? I think if you're Undream in that one, that is just a walk in the park, right? I think for Rebels, you go into the next map and you just sort of say to yourself, right, okay, let's go again. You know, we can see what we can do in Search and Destroy, but when it comes down to the raw slaying power, it's just there in bundles for the side of Undream. Dominant. I mean, look, you were heading into the second rotation. What was it, 210 to 5? Yeah, okay. At one stage, the difference was at 209 points. You kind of closed the gap a little bit if you are Rebels, but unfortunately, not able to close the fissure that was between these two teams.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, we're bringing out the words today, mate. There you go. Undream, have a look at how things went down here. That is a dominating performance, to say the least. Legacy and Zeo doing okay from the side of things. Everybody did start to step it up towards the latter stages, but you know, for Rebels, well, I was about to say too little too late. Far too little too late.
Man, that is hurtful. I mean, hey, they added Legacy to the roster, so it's an improvement, right, for Rebels. He goes 24 and 29 and is the best point player on the team, although really not by much. It's a marginal improvement. Everybody, what was it, double negative for Vertex, Naz, and Magnus. Yeah, just not a great performance on the whole, I think, from Rebels there. And that is one of those situations, I think, ultimately, where it's just like a team has gotten outslayed, and that's that, right? Like, a team has gotten outslayed, and they have just lost all of the key gun fights. I think it's like, I think it was like Shizu who got like 4 in a row or something on the rotation towards P3 on the first set of rotations, and it's that kind of thing that can just totally blow the game out of the water, especially on a map like Summit, where that rotation, I think in particular, is the single most important rotation on the map. If that goes awry, your entire map's out the window.
Yeah, it's one of those moments as well. If teams know how to manipulate the spawns, as well as we kind of seen there, from 3 to 4 can be devastating as well. You start spawning them back over towards P3, you can rotate players off early. If you're dominating that easily, then, well, yeah, that kind of thing can happen. So really good start for the side of Undream. We'll be heading into a Search and Destroy on Coastal coming up next. And, well, we're going to get to see Crossfire Control. Although, based on that map number 1, Brody, we might not get to see too much of it because it could be over rather quickly. But things looking very, very good for Undream.
we're going to get to see a Crossfire control. I mean, that's the upside here. It's
not
upside
very
for us, chat. Just to be totally clear, I don't care what you guys think of a Crossfire control. We just want to cast a Crossfire control. So I'm selfish here. I don't care. I just want to cast a Crossfire control. That's all I want. It's going to be a fun time. What was map 2? It's Coastal Search and Destroy. I got it. See, my memory's there. Coastal Search and Destroy. That's coming up next. It's going to be a fun one. Of course, we did see Undream play this in Open Finals. It was against a significantly stronger roster in Horus Esports, and they did pretty damn well, if I remember correctly. It was a 7-5 victory for Undream, so they had to work for it for sure. Horus gave them a matchup, but it does go to prove, I think, that Undream look very strong on this map. It is an interesting map, I think, coming off the bat here, right? Coastal, of course, the newest addition to the Search and Destroy map pool in this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. And, I think it's kind of fun to see teams formulate these breaks into the site, figure out kind of, all right, how do we get into these sites? It feels very similar to Tunisia in a way, like early Tunisia when teams couldn't break into sites. So we'll see kind of how Coastal formulates itself over the following year, because that's how long it's going to be in the map set for. But so far, I really like casting Coastal. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like that defensive heavy side of things, doesn't it? It's one of those scenarios where we can see B, there is only that small kind of choke point you go through. That middle of the map control is super important as far as where the snipers go. The big opportunity is over towards A. If you can find a pick there, we've seen plenty of utility used well down the A streets. Yeah, that's kind of seems to be where if there is a crack in the defense, it usually is there. So yeah, let's see how things are going to go. I think B is kind of a bit of shock and awe, but I think when you can get into B, if you can get into B, getting that bomb down inside of there, it's a hard retake in that case for the defensive side. So yeah, there's that risk reward, so to speak, with Coastal. And I think it plays really nice. Props to the devs as far as Tunisia and Coastal have gone. Obviously, maps endemic to called Mobile. As far as I'm aware, I can't remember playing either one of those two maps any other time, Brody. Yeah,
I think one of them might be a Call of Duty Online map.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, very, very well made, and sometimes that can go awry as the years go on. And now, well, thankfully, it's not the case with these two maps. So very, very solid. I seen your little smile there. You know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, you know exactly what I mean. We're going to be heading into a Coastal, and I'm really looking forward to it. And it's nice to see the innovation. It's very 3-lane, very classic search and destroy. I really, really like casting it personally. I don't know how they feel about playing it, but right now, I'm enjoying casting it.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing with like new Search and Destroy editions, right, and this is something that goes for mainline Call of Duty, it goes for Call of Duty Mobile as well, is the fact that the strategies kind of formulate over time, right? You see teams trying various different things to kind of break sides. I think, again, going back to the Tunisia example, you start off with when Tunisia was first introduced to rotation, and things were very kind of one note on the offensive side. Like you'd see teams kind of just hit one of the sites and hope for the best, and you kind of have these, I guess, like blocks to getting into the sites. For example, on the B site on Tunisia, you have a sniper towards the back of the map, and for a very long time, people didn't really know how to deal with that because it's so difficult to deal with the Tundra full stop and then deal with a player in a power position at the back of a B site. Like that was a problem. And over the course of time, like people would deal with it by sitting close to the middle of the map, sending set nades over the top to deal with those players, and strategies kind of have slowly evolved over the course of time. So I'm excited to see that applied into Coastal. We'll see what happens though. We're getting to the map, folks. Coastal for map number 2. After the absolute whooping that Rebels got in map number 1, I want to see them come out and strike some venom here, Ton. I want to see them come out, just go hard on Undream.
All right. Well, whether or not we get to see that, let's find out. Don't know if we're fully ready to go here in this one. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, let's get into the game. See if Rebels can find something there. We'll get those team names switched over on the top side as well, but it is going to be Rebels on the defensive side, Undream on the attack. And what can you find? Because, defense on this one, it's by no means easy. You still have to be, I want to say, very, very patient. Right now, though, Zyrax ain't being patient whatsoever. Vortex Magnus just dealt with through the middle of the map. Far too easy. Fabuloso set up for the pinch that's going to come over from the other side. You see that Naz did manage to find one back, but all of a sudden, it is a 2 versus 3. They can find another. Undream will get this bomb down imminently, you would like to think. They can't do so, though. Legacy will find another 2v2.
This is also splintered from Undream here. Also, then, generally speaking, expect it's all right though, because Fabuloso manages to pick up Naz, and there isn't an immediate trade from Legacy here, so this actually isn't all that bad. Snipe from Legacy brings us down to a 1 versus 1. Poetus, what is the response? He's going to maybe slap the rock down. I thought for a second he would, but this reposition from Legacy here is fast, so Poetus has to make a decision, and his decision has finally been made. That bomb is now going down.
I think after those initial 2 picks come through, this ain't where we thought we would be. Oh, but he gives his position away. Shots for the USS-9. He gets aggressive. Puedes turns around and says, thank you very much. I'll take you down with the Tundra, and now it's going to be 1-0 to Undream. Good job from them, but did get shaky. I want to say maybe a little bit overconfident towards that A site. You find those 2 kills, courtesy of Zyrax. And then well, you don't take advantage of all the control you had over towards A. Things get a little bit scary, but you do survive. Undream wanted the good, but just about.
Yep. Good start from Undream. As you said, it was a lot more shaky, and I think that's the first bit of resilience that we've seen from Rebels so far in this series. And Naz gets shut down, as does Zio at the start of this round. Rebels now really starting to feel the heat under the collar. Undream can take that trade all day long. You've now got the players stuck in an A site, and this response from Undream is absolutely perfect. They're going to rope that bomb straight around to B. The call has been made from Zyrax at the bomb site is clear, and Fabuloso can kind of go on this recon mission for, well, information. If you get kills, that's an absolute bonus here. Rebels no choice but to split up in the scenario as well. This is a perfect play call from Undream.
If they know that B is clear, they know their S players over towards the A side. Fabuloso can set himself up in an awkward little corner, because when this bomb goes down, well, he's actually going to be nowhere near anybody because they both hit the flank. Irrelevant of that, the player was, in theory, the right thing to do. Magnus now. I suppose the information that Fabuloso has is that he has no info, so does that whittle down where he is? Potentially. Now they know where Magnus is. Fabuloso from behind. That should be the round. Well played from Undream. Those kills over towards B. And as we kind of mentioned, when you get into that site and you get that bomb down, it's just such a horrible retake. Of course, with the numbers that Rebels had there, it was always going to be difficult anyway, but Undream in that scenario would have made it very difficult, even if those numbers were even.
Yeah, Undream just picking him off at the start of that round, and that is the Undream that we saw in the hard point, right? The aggressive, dominant Undream. Looks like that's going to happen again. This time, though, over-aggressive is Zyrax. You've got 3 players from Rebels there to deal with it, and there's no immediate response from Undream. Puedes is just waiting for an egregious jump through the window, though, for this snipe. If he gets this kill, I don't even know what I'm going to do. He is holding these guys in at the moment.
What are you going to do? Eat a cheesecake or something?
You know what? I was holding that one for later in the broadcast, but I would love to eat it. I need to get one from my Tesco or something.
Other supermarkets are available. Agnes now holding down low. Noisy did get taken down. So for what feels like one of the first times in this entire series, Undream are at a disadvantage, and further so. Legacy will find another. His 4th kill of the search and destroy here so far. Puedes is going to miss the shot. He's going to have an opportunity to the second one. Misses that one too. Is he going to get out? Absolutely not. Yeah, those are shots he kind of got to be hitting at least one of them pretty early, right?
The thing is, I don't even know how Puedes gets through the middle of the map like that. Like, that's really bad on Rebels' part to allow Puedes to just waltz through the middle of the map and even get a look at 2 players. This is a Rebels round through and through. But I would not count out Shisu in any stretch of the imagination. Has a good look at the players. He's going to get shut out there towards the end of the round. Yeah, nice shots from Magnus to close that round out. But yeah, Rebels have a lot of holes in the gameplay right now. They've got to patch up if they do not want to give 3 rounds away to Undream.
It's round number 4. Nice to get a defensive round underneath your belt. You definitely want to be heading into your attack with a lead. Fabuloso are going to find a pick pretty much straight away. That's just an unfortunate one. I wonder if it's a jump over the boxes, to be honest with you. Really nice. Zyrax getting aggressive. Does get taken down by Zio. So this aggression over towards B still continuing. Zio sitting very passively. It will invite maybe a little bit of pressure. That pressure that Undream choose not to utilize. And all of a sudden is mid-map the route for them. Switchblade is down here for Vortex. Did he see Puedes? No, he did not. Wouldn't be expecting this chal as well. Noisy is there, ready and waiting. Is now 4 versus 3 in favor of Undream.
Now you split up those last few players from Rebels as well. No choice but to split your forces between the 2 sides, because you have to have coverage of both. You can't just gamble 50-50 on it. Rebels have to take these individual challenges. Look at the split right now. 1 player across each lane. You have to win some fights. Now you've lost Legacy from the middle of the map. Now trying to plug some holes. It's a 2 versus 1 on the B side, and Undream are systematically picking Rebels apart. Last remaining player, and I think Magnus peeked out enough that Undream know where he is.
The bomb has been planted.
Shisu. Bomb is now down. Magnus, well, I mean, the saying rock and a hard place kind of comes to mind, but, well, the hard place doesn't become that much more of a difficult place to get out when Fabuloso flies at you like that with a sniper in hand. Magnus has found some decent shots. It's not going to be that time, though. Predators will find a 3-1 to the good here for Undream. It's cruise control right now. They've barely left third gear. 3-1 to the good on the attacking side. 2 more rounds on this attack side, then they'll be moving over towards defensive moment. But I mean, for Rebels, that's the problem, right? 3-1 down is not necessarily the end of the world, but it does feel like you need to be finding a 4-2 scoreline at minimum, right?
Yeah, it's so
3-3 wouldn't be the worst result here.
Well, again, you've already lost 3 offensive rounds. That's quite a lot to lose here, even on Coastal. But yeah, at this point in time, it does feel like it sometimes does favor offense. But still, you can't be affording to give rounds away like that. You know, you're losing players inside the site again, and it's just so difficult, isn't it? You've at least got to win one fight in that engagement, and fact of the matter is not able to do so. So Undream, free bomb plant, you're picking off every single player. Magnus always feels like he's the player in these 1 versus X scenarios as well, probably because he's the slowest player on the map for Rebels.
He's definitely the slowest player, but he's also been the guy over towards A, and Rebels kind of just folding over towards this B side of things. Magnus will fold along with the rest of his team. Undream 4-1 to the good. Not really a great answer from Rebels right now. You know, when they found that round, the Search and Destroy, I did have some minor hope, but I mean, B just seems far too easy for Undream to kind of waddle through. There was an occasion there at one stage where they literally did just walk through the front door and do what they want, and right now Rebels don't have the answer. Zyrax through the middle of the map with the smoke. It's a really nice play. It opens up. Zio will be taken down. They're a little bit weak in the middle of the map here, though. Noisy alongside. Yeah. They are going to get through, but now this is the problem for the one player who is inside of this B site, and that's Vortex. What can you do from that position?
I'd really like to see Rebels start to stack more players into this B site than just leaving 1 or 2 players at most, because it's so easy for Undream to just stack players onto him. Vertex will actually walk away with 1 gunfight. There's no way he walks away a second. Poetus, stop trying to do tricks on him, Poetus! That's not nice. Undream now, players in the site, bombs going down. Effectively a 2 versus 2 on the site though here, Ton.
Play on the way around, so that's a big win. Legacy will find it on the Shisu, but Legacy already waiting for the other players over towards that side. There's still the presence of Puertas over towards the back. Finds another. Magnus will fall. Puertas is going to go for the shot as well. Legacy, I mean, where's the call out from the teammate? He will have no idea where Fabuloso is pushing from. He's ready for the shots, and there they are. Fabuloso will find it. Undream, after 6 rounds of attack, find 5 of them.
What was that com? Like, was there not a com? Did the headset just stop working or something? Like, Legacy is just like, yeah, I'm just going to keep on looking to the right here. I know that Puertas is to my left. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'll get him in a minute. And then, of course, he doesn't get him. So, a bit of a weird one there. I'll have to watch that back to see if there is some kind of miscommunication. There definitely has to have been something going awry in the communications department. But regardless, things going on right at the start of this round as well for Rebels, right? This is your first offensive effort. You want to kind of set the tone for the rest. And that's just not happening. You've lost first blood by A site. Now you're having to rethink how you want to do it. And I think the worst part about this entire play is now you've got players from Undream moving up the map. Look what player number 4, Zyrax, is positioned right now, well out of B side. That's not something Rebels are going to expect.
Well, that's caught out, though. Trying to get too aggressive, and Rebels... Okay, the passive tactic will work here, but the problem that you now have is that Undream of taking liberties with the map control you've kind of offered up. You don't have a lot of real estate to work with yet. If there was a halfway line, you are camped in your own box right now. How do you pick your way out? I wonder if there's a football too. How would they pass their way out underneath this pressure, Brody?
Is that? I don't even know what kind of
football reference, man. I don't know what it is.
I don't watch football. You know this.
We are doing a North American show here, though, but I'm still not calling it soccer. Continue, though. Noisy. Get some shots in. So there's some information for the side of Undream. Rebels now pushing up towards this A side. Shisu in a nice position to do something about it. He'll be first contact. Here comes the rest of the team as well. Time is whittled down. 30 seconds to go. Shisu in a wonderful spot. Zio will be the first to fall. The second and third, they line up, and it is just so easy for Shisu. 6-1 up if you're Undream. Absolute cruise control.
Oh, mate. That crossfire control is tantalizingly close. Not just for us here on the casting desk, but for Undream as well. There's 1 round shy of getting this one done and dusted. And again, they've set the pace from the very beginning of that round. Rebels look stuck, and they're going to be stuck once again. Middle of the map. Zyrax with the R9 doing all sorts of damage. Nice 1-for-1 trade, though, from Rebels. You take that, but you don't take the follow-up, really. You're starting to lose all your players on the board. Undream getting aggressive. Looks like this one's done.
Oh, it's felt done for quite some time. Legacy left on his own, dead to rights. Undream dominant in map number 2 and 1. And this is just as lopsided as you're likely to see this season. Undream, though, I think we've got to give them the credit here. Just looking like the much better roster. They look so solid across the entire board. It's so difficult for Rebels to deal with them. And just time and time again, I mean, they know exactly what they're doing. They are playing this fluidly. They are playing this with freedom. And Rebels can do absolutely naff all about it.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll give Undream some credit, right? Because I think on the last, 2 rounds they played on the defense, they were playing very proactively, right? They were kind of poking holes in the gameplay of Rebels and not just kind of resting on the laurels once they got those opening gunfights, but actually pushing up the map as well. We saw that on multiple different occasions, right, from Undream. But I will say on the flip side of that conversation, before the half, right, when we see Undream 5-1 up, a lot of the time they were just kind of seeing the mistakes that Rebels were making on their defensive efforts and just dealing with them in their own way, right? I mean, like, there were so many opportunities, so many times there where Rebels would leave 1 or 2 players on the site, and that was literally it. Like, they wouldn't have any chance for trades, and Undream would just send 3 players at that site because they knew there was only 1 player on the site and just immediately get control of it. Like, I think really poor defensive effort from Rebels. Undream, of course, are going to pick them apart. That's at the end of the day, like, it's difficult to beat Undream, but I think they could definitely put up a lot of effort, and they will watch that VOD and see that as well. So, Undream, great search and destroy from you guys. Rebels could definitely have done a lot better.
Yeah, I think, you know, if I was to look at it, it just felt like B was a lot easier to get through than it really should have been. And the thing is, it's just small choke points. You need maybe 2 players towards mid. Just the one is usually the play on the defensive side. 1 inside of B with a little bit of support from the back door as well, I would say. So a minimum 2 in that site. Because you can transition to pretty quickly. You know, it's not one of those that's the worst to retake. You can see players come up from the stairs. You can catch an awkward gunfight there. I think definitely over investing towards B would be kind of my plan, at least anyway. But here I am commentating and not playing, so what the hell do I know? But irrelevant of that, yeah, I did feel like B was a little bit easy to get through. But we are now to the main event, Brody. We are going to get to see Crossfire control. I definitely have. I was about to say, I don't know if I've ever even cast Crossfire. It was that long ago.
Cast a Crossfire Search and Destroy. We've definitely cast at least one.
When was that?
We've casted a Crossfire Search.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember when it was because it didn't happen very often.
We've done this recently.
It wasn't that recently.
Wait, did we cast Crossfire Control at the in San Francisco?
No.
Crossfire Search and Destroy, sorry.
I don't think we did.
I'm fairly certain we did. There were Molotovs involved.
Irrelevant. We're here. And it's a nice place to be. Look at the aggression coming out from Undream already. Threatening over towards this side if they possibly can. Right now, Rebels just trying to survive as long as they possibly can. Legacy's managed to find a kill here, sorry, over towards the A side. But look at this aggression coming in from Undream. They're just looking for kills right now. Spawn trap. Yep.
Yeah, it's not looking great. Here we go. Here's our spawn trap. I've been talking about this quite a bit. There's a spawn trap here that you can see players spawning in on, and it's just as bad, if not worse, than the seaside. It doesn't look fun. I think you can think of a lot of things that I would consider significantly more fun than this. Watching the 2016 Suicide Squad movie would be one of them. Sitting on a bed of really tough, rusted nails would be another one. Having an elongated conversation with Chris Tunn would be another. Okay. There's a lot of things that I wouldn't enjoy, and Rebels are currently going through this. This is horrendous. 7 kills left on the board here for Rebels to inevitably endure. This is done. And again, one of the conversation points we always have with these opening starts, right, is that operators and streaks are in play here on Control, right? So all that Undream are doing is effectively building towards those to kick off round 2 with a lot in the bank already. Zyrax has 2 streaks to his name, and I gotta imagine that these guys are probably not that far away from operators as well. Done.
My God. Well, after the first 2 maps, along the lines of what we expected, Undream making light work of this one. I'm like, I was watching the beginning of the round. I'm like, they're not really pushing the point. And then I got it. Then it was like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see why. Now Rebels need to hit a bit of a regain there. Magnus not even managing to find a kill. And Undream just, well, starting off where they left it. Vortex ready for the push to come in from Zyrax though, and they can maybe get something going over towards this A side. Players have slipped the net, so you can already see that one player in particular, I think it might be Naz, is trying to set up for a spawn trap if he can, but right now you need your teammates alive to be able to do that. But Naz can find a couple. There's a fight coming through, so pressure over towards this A side, but Puertes will, well, relieve that player pressure very, very quickly. Death Machine is out, and well, Rebels aren't doing necessarily the worst job yet. They are kind of trading, but as you mentioned, it's all about these operators who are now going to start coming in, and that is where the problem lies.
Yep, you're going to see these operators now come out to play. Puedes is just the beginning of a very large snowball that's rolling downhill right in the face of Rebels. Puedes 6 in a row now. Net is number 7 for Puedes. He is tearing through the opposition. Rebels, absolutely no chance. They have been totally belittled right now. Yeah, finally Puedes will take himself out with a hunting killodrome of all things, but this is very much done. An 8 versus 19 would be an incredible achievement for Rebels, but it feels like a foregone conclusion. And Undream, I think at this point, considering they can go into the next round, they can do the spawn trap once again. They're investing everything they've got because they just want this over.
And I think that will be happening pretty quickly. Magnus, Naz, Legacy, well, not long for this world, it feels that way. Vortex gonna wait now. What can he do in this 1 versus 16? Not a whole lot. Undream just utter domination here. 2-0 up in the control, looking for their third round. I'd imagine it'll probably follow as quickly as what we've seen in the very first round. The spawn trap is immediately going to be put into place unless Rebels can get the gunny up. But right now, I mean, looking over towards the kills, I want to see Fabuloso Noisy, only with 6 kills apiece. I'd like to see them step it up.
Yeah, you know what? It's not very good, is it? It's just not good enough. I would have expected... It was his 50 kill Fabuloso coming in here with 7 frags to his name. Honestly, I'm so disappointed. I've never been more disappointed in my life. This is Undream 2-0, looking to get the final round here, and we'll see in the spawn trap once again. Rebels stuck here with no options and no way out other than ending this round within the next 60 seconds. And they can try. Slide out from Naz to try and take out one player. It's not going to work out. And just all these different positions from Undream, so frustrating for Rebels to deal with. You've got so many different nooks and crannies that you've got to check. And oh boy, it's not looking good whatsoever. Already a massive life differential. I will say, Ton, looking at the amount of utility on side for Rebels, I'd like to see some of it come out right about now.
Yeah, well, they're starting to bring it out. You can see equalizers are out. They found a couple of kills. Legacy will find another, so they're going to get out their spawn. But the problem lies in the fact that they are down 12 lives right now. Fabuloso in a really awkward spot. Magnus will actually pull out the sniper to get rid of him. So there's a better from Rebels, but it's just too little, too late. Zio there to defend over towards the B side. Can find a couple. The 20 versus 6. You're out the spawn trap at least. You're getting something going. Push over towards A is working at this moment in time. Now Undream just trying to keep that pressure on if they can. Legacy. I mean, he's just holding it down here. They're kind of letting him in. Yeah, okay, they get a hold of A, but I mean, the problem lies in the lives right now, buddy.
Yep. Rebels down to the final 3. And you got the War Machine being fired out from Magnus right now. I'm fairly certain Magnus might well have got more kills in the Search and Destroy than he has here in this control. He's done for the rest of it as well, so he'll finish off on 5 frags, as will Naz. I think the same might be going for them. All down to Zio. 1 versus 8 to end this dream, or it is actually a nightmare. Zio is being toyed with right now. There's the melee to close out the game and the series. Undream kick off this Snapdragon Pro Series season with a bang.
Would we call that a bang?
A bang from them. It's a one-sided bang.
For them, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Undream, indomitable there. I mean, that was absolutely ludicrous, ridiculous result for them coming in. We kind of like, did we expect this to a certain degree? Yes. Did I maybe expect it in that kind of dominating fashion? I'm not too sure, but Undream kind of proving what they are made of and proving what they are going to kind of bring to the table here over the season. A team who are not going to give you any quarter, who are not going to give you any room to breathe. And you really do need to be able to swing from the hip back, because they are coming in with a lot of power right now. Undream walking away with this series 3-0. The control, I'm not too sure how the replays ops had time to even put that together, because honestly, it was over that quickly. 3-0. across the entire series and 3-0 on this map as well. Any particular takeaways there, Brody? But because right now I'm just sort of saying Rebels might struggle throughout the rest, or Undream just that good.
Yeah, I think it's more Undream being good than Rebels being bad, because I don't think I'd call any team bad in this competition. To get to this point, you've got to be good, but Undream are just phenomenal. Just a phenomenal team. It's so difficult to take out a team that everybody on the roster can slay. Undream look good, and I'll be honest, looking at this group, I don't think Undream are going to get challenged until we get to challenge finals. So we'll see. I think we're set for more of this in their next match as well.
Be curious to see how they go when we do see everyone kind of come to it in the second winners bracket game. But yeah, Lauren, Undream looking very solid there,
to say the least. I mean, Undream showed up, shut down Rebels, and said, GG, go next. Like, they are ready to continue through this competition in the challenge season, and they now have one of those 2 wins that you were talking about, Ton, that they need. So they'll be hanging out up there in the upper bracket. For everybody at home, that Rebels are not out of it yet. That just means they drop down into that lower bracket, and we will be seeing them again later on today. So as far as our matches today go, we have our other upper bracket match between Zitlalix and Nexus, but then we'll be dropping down into that first lower bracket match to see which team stays alive in the competition. Now, once they make it down to that lower bracket, they have to win that first match today, and then they'll end up playing again against whoever loses from that upper bracket. So still a few matches ahead of us. For as far as today, though, we'll be ending with that third match out of that lower bracket. So right now, Undream are good to hang out and wait until next week. So that's got to feel good for them, putting a stamp on the very first week of the challenge season. Like I said, though, we still have 2 more matches left on the day. So before we get into match number 2, we're going to send it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills. Always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills. Always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Wanna move like I move, wanna step in my shoes. Gonna need to bring your A game if you step in my lane. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. The original. Sensational. Everyone wants a piece of this. So beautiful. Incredible. Everybody wants to have my life. 'Cause this is my life. This is my life. Yeah, this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. This is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. My life. Yeah, this is my life. cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Ooh la la. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just
Everybody,
leave.
welcome back. Thanks for hanging with us here as we're in day one of our challenge season for North America in Call of Duty Mobile. And now it's time for us to start talking about match number 2. We saw them on the bracket when we were talking about everything earlier on at the beginning of the show. Now it's time to start talking about them on a more individualized level. Match number 2 is between Zitlalix and Nexus, a little bit more of an even matchup than what we saw there in match number 1. And some newer names that we can talk about here as well. We'll start things off with that Zitlalix roster here, Ton.
Yeah, I don't think it would have taken much to get us a little more competitive than what we see in map number 1. But yeah, for Zitlalix, I think, you know, for some of these rosters we're coming into this, and yeah, okay, we see them get through the open finals, we see them make it to this stage, but we still don't really know what to expect. For Zitlalix, we didn't get to see much of them. We've seen them kind of advancing through the bracket. They did so, I believe, by 2 losers bracket side of things, so they were down there pretty early. They get themselves through and put themselves in a position where they are now fighting in the challenge season. So yeah, let's see how they go. I'm excited to see what they can kind of offer, what they can bring to the table, but as far as we're concerned, we don't know a whole load of what to expect from Zitlalix.
Yeah, sure. And then, of course, on the flip side of things, they have to be facing off against Nexus, Brody.
Yeah, this is a bit of a weird one, right? Because this is the former second wave roster that qualified through Open Finals. They've now been picked up with Nexus, which is, by the way, a crazy legacy to have to uphold, considering Nexus are currently, organizationally speaking, the reigning champions of North America. So that's going to be a weird one for them to kind of be playing under that mantle. For those of you guys who aren't familiar with the roster, there'll be names that you guys recognize on this team. Excellence is one of those guys. Dicey as well. Like, Nexus are a pretty damn good team. They've just picked up Mausen as well, who failed to qualify with Horus Esports. So Nexus are a pretty good team, but I would argue Zit Alex are as well. So yeah, I think we're totally in for a great matchup here.
Yeah, I think Horus Esports was one of those squads that we were watching in Open Finals, kind of hoping that they would have made it through. And we've watched teams that are here now have to fight through them to get here. So it'll be interesting to see what both of these teams can do. Will we get a full 5 for our best of 5 here? Will this be a little bit of back and forth depending on what we saw in the Open Finals? Depending on the day, actually, it was either the S&D or the Control that was the stopping point or the turning point for some of these squads that could keep the series running a little bit longer. So I'm excited to see if they've been able to make any improvements in just a short week's time, or if they've at least been able to do a little bit of scouting. We talk about that, see which these squads did well on which maps in Open Finals, and maybe kind of find themselves an opportunity to get some points on the board, as well as we take a look at that veto process time and see the choices that our squads have made here for the series. We're going to be starting things off with that Arsenal hardpoint.
Yep, Arsenal, Fire Range, Raid, and then Apocalypse and Kurahana if we need it. Yeah, pretty standard across the board. It's a nice pick to go. We got Arsenal coming up first, which we always like. Fire and Range, Search and Destroy, which is always just an easy one. Proper is staring at his screen now. Very excited about this one. And then Raid Control coming up, which is obviously very, very solid as well. Yeah, but I just think for me, like, this kind of game is a real kind of litmus test, isn't it? To kind of see where we really are for some of these teams, where you're kind of going to be. It's always a nice one to have when you're not 100% sure which way you think it's going to go, to kick things off. But this will give us a good indicator how one of these teams are either going to go up against Rebels or go up against UD. So
yeah,
what's the disparity? Where would you rather be? Well, you'd rather be in the winners bracket. Would you rather be playing Rebels though down low? I'm not 100% sure. It's an awkward one. You'd rather obviously just win your games and get through as quickly as possible. But yeah, this is one of those games that we're still not 1,000,000% sure which way it goes.
Yeah, good reminder there for everybody at home. Whichever team wins this matchup will be the one that moves forward in the upper bracket, and eventually will face off against the dominating force that we saw that was Undream in match number 1. So this is going to be an important series either way. Match number 2, which means that Alex next is ready to go. So let's dive into it.
There we go. Absolutely flying in the second game here, Brody. I mean, just with Undream flying through that first series, we're here a little earlier than we maybe would have expected. But for people at home, I'm sitting here saying I'm not 100% sure which way this one's going to go. Are you leaning any particular direction here?
I think we had a little conversation and said, like, we were kind of sitting on different sides of the fence here, right? And I think it's probably going to be Nexus, just looking at some of the names on this roster, right? I think it's very difficult to be Alex. You have names like Hitmarker that you guys will know, or Hit from last season on Horus Esports. It surprised a lot of teams to make its challenge finals, so it's easy to lean that way. But I look at Nexus and I look at the likes of Excellence and Dicey, who have experience in the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's difficult to kind of deny those guys' talent. But at the end of the day, I mean, this is just such a toss-up, mate. Like, it's so difficult to kind of ascertain what we're expecting out of this series. What I would say is, and maybe this is getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here, because of course we do have that lower bracket matchup coming up right after this. I feel like of the 3 teams outside of Undream, Rebels are probably, like, just on paper the best of the 3. Maybe I'm blasted for saying that. I know that, like, they didn't perform that well in the last series, right? I mean, they're not showing that way, but certainly it is going to be difficult for whoever loses matchup to actually survive, I think, for sure. So we'll see. Right now, I'm leaning Nexus, though.
I mean, we're going to get to find that out. Whoever does lose this game will be going straight up against Rebels this evening. Well, this evening for us, whatever. Well, no, I think it's this evening pretty much everywhere at this stage. So, yeah, let's see how it is going to go down between these two to decide who's going to go up against Rebels or who's going to go up against UD in a couple of weeks' time. You'd obviously rather get through that winner side of things, wouldn't you? You want to try and keep yourself with that opportunity to lose as long as possible. Just a reminder, you've got to win 2 before you lose 2. That's as simple as I was ever told to explain GSL, and it's always kind of rang true. It's true how it works.
Yeah, it's like a little mini bracket. It's like, you get to Easter. You know how, like, the big championship brackets are like your massive Easter eggs that you get from M&S, other supermarkets are available. You get like a little mini egg. That's basically what a GSL bracket is.
That's a good start from Zitlalix. Managed to find a way through. Well, you can enter back for Nexus, and it's about this little bit of control over towards P1. You want to try and get the spawns for P2, which are currently lying in the favor of Zitlalix. But yeah, this should be a super interesting game. I think, you know, we can always have our expectations. We can always have our presumptions, but at the same time, when it does come down to it, who's going to play better on the day? Who's going to maybe surprise us? Well, right now, Zitlalix not with a bad start.
Yeah, and we're already seeing some of those changes for the rosters coming into play as well with this series. Malzin is starting in this matchup for Nexus, of course, was a solid player for Horus Esports, even though they did not qualify. So some of those changes that we're seeing already today starting to come into effect for these rosters with the beginning of the challenge season. But it isn't enough right now to get a wealth of time away from Zitlalix on P1. That is a solid P1 performance from them, and already starting to challenge for P2 as well. That's a big gunfight in the backline for Hitmarker to win. If Crow can pick up the fight on the hill as well, that would be huge, but is unable to do so. So back spawns have been ascertained for now for Zitlalix. Nexus should be aware of that fact, and we're now refighting this one from the front.
Zitlalix not in a bad spot if they can find the kills. But the problem is if we do keep getting spawned back there and Nexus are in control of the point, that's when things become a little bit more difficult. See if it will find one. And this is a little bit concerning for Zitlalix. Yeah, they're not able to get out their spawn just yet. Good work from Nexus, who are answering back to what was a really nice holdover towards P1. Some really good kills coming on through for the side of Zitlalix, though. Are they going to be able to get through? Spawns have flipped out. Nexus now towards the back side. They won't mind it, though, in complete control.
And these spawns are really wonky right now. Yeah, Nexus doing a relatively good job of dealing with them until Mercy comes through and blows the whole thing wide open with those 2 kills. It is not enough to actually ascertain any real control for Zitlalix. So as far as that kill is concerned, Tom, that is actually a solid hard point from Nexus, considering the position they were in at the start of that, where they lose those back spawns. Zitlalix did a really good job of ascertaining step number 1. Step number 2 was not that great. So they're going to have to kind of turn tail here and run towards the next hard point. They will be the first team to touch over by New, and Nexus are funneling themselves through this one area. 3 operators in the back pocket, and I wouldn't be surprised if one comes out to play.
Yeah, you can see the Sparrows now coming out from one side of things as well from Nexus. Not able to find anything, though.
Back spawns.
It's nice you can only find something, and it's a back spawn momentarily. You have other players spawning towards the other side, but you can see the pickup now just coming through. The kills will be found by Zitlalix. Nexus now pinned back, and this is a little bit more like it. Teams kind of trading the rotation, and when they do find that rotation, Brody really seems to be making the most of it. Last hill in particular was Nexus. They found the majority of the time at P2. Right now, Zitlalix holding down P3 very, very easily. Hasn't really been an answer from Nexus on this one. It feels a little one by one.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. If anything, I don't think it's necessarily the individual nature of the push. I think it's the fact that it's so one-dimensional, right? I mean, we only really saw one different look coming out from Nexus there on that attempt to break P3, and that was only by virtue of the fact they had a couple of rogue spawns coming in through the backline. Beyond that, it was just a constant funnel through that outer side, and that's not going to work against a roster like Zitlalix. What's also not going to work here is the fact they've not managed to rotate towards New. Hitmarker is already here, starting to piece up here with the best operator in Call of Duty Mobile. That's going to be the equalizers, find some kills, and now is buying a lot of space for Zitlalix. Nexus now, though, using some operators of their own. A couple of kills coming through for Football, and that opening has now presented itself for Nexus. They need this hard point. These kills are huge.
Well, based on what we've seen so far, rotations have been so important for both these two teams. Right now, as Nexus the first ones here, they're starting to find the kills, and with that, they will find some time. Hitmarker does find 2, though. Is there a little bit of weakness there? Not quite. Dicey just continuing to survive here. They're still coming through for the side of Nexus, and it's not necessarily too one-dimensional. You can see one player's actually pushed around the back from the side of Zitlalix. Now everybody else trying to come through. Was it enough of a distraction? That player then falls. Not quite. Nexus still holding on. And it's actually crazy how much it is coming down these rotations, Brody. It is bar for bar each time. Team will get themselves over there. It's a hard break to find, but Nexus don't necessarily find as much out of that rotation. For all that, Zitlalix didn't really get a touch. They did contest. They didn't make it easy and still have a lead as we head over towards P5.
Well, that's the thing, right? Zitlalix actually touched that hard point first. They invested operators into that hard point, so for them not to walk away with a full 60 is actually kind of disappointed. Nexus will be able to get some form of contention, and now they're doing this hill a little bit better than the last time around. They're hitting from all different angles here. The read from Zitlalix is good. War machines from both Crow and Mountain come through, and really I do think it's Zitlalix that win that fight on the whole. Phaeton loses some shots around the backline. Couple of kills now starting to come through from Nexus here. These back spawns are daunting to deal with. You're going to see some investment of the operators now coming out from Zitlalix to deal with. Aethan comes through for a couple of kills to the equalizers here. And Nexus are now fighting from the back spawns here for this hard point, but they are dealing with a lot of different players. And there's Alex pushing in from all different sides. Nexus winning the vast majority of these fights, though.
Yeah, the operator is making this a scrappy one, but Nexus eventually cleaning house. Mercy will fall. Mausen actually finding a good few kills over towards the latter stages of that hill. 8 seconds to go. It's looking like it's going to go Nexus's way. It will be Zitlalix with the lead as we head over towards the second rotation of hills, but it's a pretty mixy game, to be fair here, Brody. I mean, both these two teams investing plenty over towards that last hill. You can see Nexus, of course, have caught up from what was about a 60-point lead, now down to a 30-point lead. But rotations definitely do seem to be paramount between these two squads right now. Mausen really putting down some numbers for the side of Nexus. Everybody else on the other side, though, for Zitlalix, kind of, well, carrying the weight. You can see Crow and Jivo doing a really good job, and right now doing a good job over towards P1. Zitlalix, the one who are momentarily in control. It's not necessarily the easiest of breaks if a team can get set up.
Yeah, this is where Zitlalix got like... Yeah, I was going to say, this is where Zitlalix got like, what, 40 to 50 seconds off the back of P1, right? So they're certainly showing they can be good this hard point, but right now they don't have any players pushed forward. So Nexus is going to get a continued chance to move through those double doors, get players in over and over again. The smokes most certainly do help obfuscate things quite significantly. War machines coming out once again from both sides, and we're only really seeing a one-to-one trade for it. That's okay for the team contesting for this time. Nexus here looking for the back 10 seconds and just trying to hold Zitlalix at bay, take some time away from them and set themselves up for P2. Last time around, they did a solid job as we move over towards this rotation of holding it. Despite the fact that Zitlalix got those back spawns through, this time around, going to be involved in a 4 versus 5 at the start of this one as Dicey spawns out. See if they can hold.
Zitlalix just turning the screw ever so slightly, it feels, but Nexus pretty much, yeah, it's nice to have a competitive game after what we've seen in map number go on, right? Having a lock in here. Spawns towards the back for the side of Nexus. One player is out trying to make a move, and that's going to be Mercy. I have no idea, to answer your question, how Mercy finds himself there. 3 kills in a row. That's just going to break a wide open Zitlalix now. 35 seconds to play for here, and not too bad of a spot to do so. Kills towards the backside. Ethan will manage to find something, but the kill feed is lighting up blue, and if you're a Zitlalix fan, you know what that means. Kills going their way. 25 seconds to play for. Still holding this down and in position to rotate for P3.
Yeah, and Mercy's just totally flipped this game in his head right with that 2-piece. You've given a lot of time over to Zitlalix here, and I think, again, you're kind of using that leader's advantage to, well, your advantage, right? Nexus now have no choice but to soak up that scrap time to try and close the deficit between these two teams, and they've got to make a perfect rotation over towards New. Last time around, Tom, we saw Nexus here really struggle to break on towards this hard point. They continue to push down long. It was a one-dimensional attack. This time, they're doing something different. They're sending players through the cut, trying to influence those spawns towards the back, but they have anything to say about Hitmarker coming through with the equalizers? The answer is no. Zitlalix in control, but now those rogue spawns are coming out to play again.
The deal here with Dicey, and well, because of the fact that Phaeton did spawn where he did, they should know what's going on, and you've got plenty in the back pocket to deal with it. The kitchen sink and then some being thrown here from Zitlalix. You can see already the War Machine has been up for quite some time from Crow. Found a lot of value with it as well. Hitmarker going to try and hold this angle and does so successfully. Push starting to come in though, and for all you able to keep them at bay. 25 seconds to play for here. The Nexus do have a touch under the point, but Zitlalix definitely feels as if these little moments here and there are being turned into big moments from them, and they are making the most of it.
Yeah, kills coming through for Nexus. That's 3. Trades galore. Zitlalix will take that last 10 seconds of time, and these split spawns are not really that great for Nexus as we move over towards the rotation here, Tunt. They will find some kills, so that's going to turn up the heat a little bit of the players that have made that rotation. Mercy has a lot to do. He's already clutched up once in this game. Can't do it again. Crow will actually pick up 1 kill on the rotation again. It's giving Nexus, or Zitlalix, a chance at this rotation, but now we need to see the hold. Nexus have players in. You're seeing the investment come out as well. This needs to be a full 60 from Nexus, and they're investing like they want it.
Yep, they still have 2 other operators available, and 2 operators are out and on the field. Mausen, no, going to bring something else in as well to help them along their way. This is a really hard push now for the side of Zitlalix. You could really do with an operator on your side of things, because you are just running quite literally into fire now. Team Football will find 4, and just like that, the 5th is incoming. No doubt there is Crow dead as well. So really good hold here from the side of Nexus, just running out of fuel. Added to the fire here for Nexus, not quite. 180 is now being reached. You are around 30 behind, but that's a nice hold with the operators that you had. Can you continue to do so?
Nexus have got a ton of time off this hill. I mean, they've brought the lead down to just 20 now as we go in towards the next rotation. Feitan will pick up 3 huge gunfights. Now they get 4 towards the old hard point. That is a big set of gunfights for him. It's now going to provide Alex a lot of space as moving towards rotation. They will be the first team to touch here. Looking at operations on both sides, though, Alex have 3 ready to go. Just 1 for Nexus. If Alex play their cards right here with the operators, this is going to be a massive hold.
Yep, it's that ebb and flow that we talk about when the operators do start to come in. Nexus invest a lot over towards that previous hill. Alex did have the opportunity to do so, chose not to, and that might have been the right decision, because now over towards P5, you're locking it down. 20 seconds is needed. You have the full arsenal pretty much available. A couple of kills going to come in, though, from the side of Nexus, but not on the ones you needed to. Yeah, Mercy holding this one down. Spawns towards the front. This is going to be one final hit for Nexus to try and find something through. The core's doing phenomenal work. Aetham can find one. Mercy holding the angle. You gotta go for your Nexus. You can't get there in time. Alex, map number 1 goes their way.
Just a really solid rotation towards the end of the game, and it is actually genuinely just a couple of key moments in the game that split the difference between those two teams. It was a solid game from both of the teams. Fundamentals great from both Alex and Nexus. They were doing pretty much everything right on paper. It was just about the execution, and as I said, really there is only a couple of moments where I can identify, all right, this is the moment where really it feels like X team has actually done something to beat Y team, and in both cases it was Alex that managed to pull those feats off. It was, I think, namely the first set of gunfights from Mercy. I think as we got towards the second rotation, right, he got a couple of kills that effectively broke a hill that should really have been Nexus's on P2 on that second set. And then towards the end of the game, it was actually 3 kills coming through from Feitan on the closing moment of P4 to P5 rotation that totally changed the game. Nexus, they are able to get across the map faster. They might have a chance at breaking rotation. The fact that they don't because of that 3K coming through from Feitan in those closing moments of the game is absolutely everything. It provides space for Alex to get a full rotation and a hold with those 3 operators in as well. So big moments there from those couple of players on Alex. They were able to take the game off the back of them, and yeah, really solid hard point. I'm so glad we get something competitive now done.
Yeah, and to be honest, I kind of agree with you that it really did come down to a couple of big moments. I think, you know, some people will look at that score line and sort of say, oh yeah, Alex, yeah, pretty comfortable, but I think it was just good operator usage, right? I don't think they necessarily massively outperformed, but you know, you've seen towards P4 where Nexus were holding it down. They invested a lot to make sure that they held that down. They got a full 60, but the other side of things is that Alex just sort of said, okay, well, we're not going to overinvest here. We're going to try and see what we can do. If we can find a breakthrough without using operators, then great. But they didn't use anything. They then had that rotation over towards P5 and then invested the operators and made sure that they did things right there. So yeah, just a good player all around. And I think from Nexus' standpoint, it kind of just feels like you were a cycle behind on the operators throughout the majority of the game. Like, yeah, your side, you're kind of having to react, and because you're on the back foot to use your operators, whereas then Alex can be proactive and use theirs when they know they have an advantage already. So really good player, and heads up here from Alex will find themselves in the lead in this series. Heading into a map number 2, it is going to be firing range coming up next, and raid control will be coming up third. If we do need to see them, match 4 will be Apocalypse and Kurahana for map number 5. Based on that though, Brody, I could definitely see us going a little bit further than this. You know, it's not going to necessarily just be the 3-0 that we seen last time. It very well could be, but I'd be quite surprised based on what we see in map number 1.
Yeah, honestly, again, I mean, there's just a lot of question marks, I think, coming into this one because we know so little about both of these teams. It's worth saying that there's a lot of players on these teams that, at least for the last few seasons of the Snapdragon Pro Series, have not competed in challenge season, right? They haven't gotten past the qualification stage. For a lot of them, they haven't even competed in the qualifier in open finals itself. So there's a lot that we don't know about these two teams, and so when we get into a map mode like Search and Destroy, which is just so team-based and so strategy-based, it's very difficult to say, like, all right, well, what do we expect coming into this one? You know, firing range Search and Destroy, it's kind of very bread and butter, it's very cut and dry. You know you're going to have key sniper players sitting in key power positions, and once you take those sniper players out, that's how you break into sites. We also see a lot of great set nade usage at the start of these, or set kind of utility usage, if you will, because we've got stuns and smokes in the mix as well. Off the start of these Search and Destroy rounds, we're seeing a lot more of that for teams kind of breaking into sites. Like I said, I mean, this is firing range Search and Destroy. This is something that all teams across the board, whether even new to the Snapdragon Pro Series, should know how to play. So fundamentally speaking, it's all about the snipers, I think, coming into this.
See how the team's going to play it now. Set Alex on the defensive side to kick things off. Yeah, it definitely feels like one of the more even sided though maps, isn't it? I mean, it just depends how teams play it. There's so many times that we'll see it go fairly even, or there'll be no sort of rhythm to it as far as what we're going to see on the attack or defensive side for both these two teams. So let's just see who works it out that little bit better. SKS out from T-Football here.
Grenade out.
Mercy, set nade. Going over the top. Let's see where that lands. It is the Carnid. Doesn't find a great deal. But for the side of Nexus, very, very passive on their attack to kick things off.
Yeah, I don't think they want to kind of upset the apple cart off the start of this round, and for good reason, ultimately, right? No real reason to do anything rash at the start, just trying to get a feel for what the defensive setup looks like for Zix Alex before making the move forward. And if you're hoping for something aggressive from Zix Alex, you're not really drawing anything out apart from a few wayward snipes from Feitan, and trust me, you've got so many bullets in the magazine in the round for the Tundra that it doesn't really matter. If anything, all Nexus are doing at the moment is just wasting time. Not really having a lot of time to make this push happen, but here we go. Finally, A is the site of choice, and you've got to get past Feitan.
And when you've wasted a lot of time, though, how long have Zix Alex had to really set themselves up? Well, they're not deep over towards it. You've got this far. That bomb is going down. Oh, and it is not far off killing Dicey. He'll get away with it. That bomb will go down. But Himarker in a good position to get aggressive. Does get aggressive as the trade's going to be there. Feitan can find one. Feitan can find a second. Is that going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Not quite. Blay will find it back. It is now a 3 versus 3. Now a 3 versus 2. In favor of Zix Alex. Need to defuse the bomb. Now a 2v2. Bomb's defused. Never mind. Didn't even see him on it. There you go. Zix Alex will find the first round.
Sometimes you're just not keeping track of who's on the bomb site, and
There was a lot going on. There was a lot going on.
it's fine, mate. I'm not blaming you. It's all right, mate. Nexus, they just were not keeping track of it whatsoever. Zix Alex able to get control of the site. Of course, Feitan comes through for a couple of kills, and that opens up the opportunity for players to retake the site. Nexus just don't have the control that they want, and I want to see something faster out of Nexus here. You know, granted, they did manage to get the bomb down. Probably shouldn't have been able to. Late into that offensive effort. Whether or not they will do again is a different story, because they are playing passive once more, giving a couple of daring looks at Zix Alex, but not really much more than that. Zix Alex will take this all day long, and they'll also take a first blood. That's Malzin down for the count now, and Nexus will kind of be panicking.
Malzin seems very influential in that.
What are we doing?
Feitan finds another, SKS in that situation with Feitan's already found 4. Questionable. He can now get aggressive. Plenty of real estate over towards A. It feels like Nexus are playing a little scared here in the search and destroy.
Yeah, you've already lost your most powerful player on the board, and you've lost 3 in that round to Feitan. Yeah, it's a nice trade from Blay, but it's too little too late at this point. You're in 2 versus 4. I guess the one positive, right, is that Zix Alex have got a lot of power, a lot of players on the board over by B, and not really a lot to speak about as far as an A defense is concerned. If Nexus try to push in the site, though, in towards the trailer, they're going to run right into Mercy. What? Didn't even try to get the bomb down. Wanted to clear out the trailer first, and they get punished for it. But yeah, I mean, Feitan just does everything there. And to be honest, I don't know what that egregious push out was. I think it was Football that did it in the middle of the map, or just flew out towards the middle of the map and didn't expect Feitan to be watching wood. Yeah, that's not going to happen, buddy.
Bit of a change up here. Oh, Himarker will thread the needle. Actually, Hitmarker that comes through and finds it. Crow now in a lot of trouble. If he can find anything out of this, it's a massive bonus. We'll get 1 before he falls, so not a bad trade whatsoever. But Nexus eventually getting the ball rolling. Feitan's got super aggressive with the sniper, and now he's like, yeah, okay, you want to push towards that side? No, you're pinned into that side. Feitan and Hitmarker with the Tundras. And that is 3-0. I love that play from Feitan. You've seen him being playing over towards the backside of tin the entire game. As soon as a big push comes over towards B, straight head down first towards wood, pins them in. Love that play.
And you know what? I got to give Nexus some credit, right? Because, like, Blay was at least the player you needed to contest Feitan in that situation. Like, he at least tried to chow with the Tundra, but just could not get anything going. Now Nexus getting aggressive here in this round. Hitmarker hasn't been much of a problem so far. Finally got involved last round. Now doing it once again with the opening snipe here. Nexus do not feel that dissuaded, but Hitmarker's done his job. Opens up the first blood and has bought enough time now for the rest of the roster from Zix Alex to make their way over. It is still technically a 3 versus 4 on site. Nexus have the numbers and could get a stretch plant down. But still, this is so much more difficult. At least this is the best look Nexus had at offense so far.
Oh, he just stopped him. Crow gets around the corner. Ethan was an atom away from putting that bomb down. Doesn't manage to get it. And then Crow will find a phenomenal gunfight. And Dicey, Zitl, Alex are running through Nexus here in the search and destroy. Feels like they're not got many answers. It's like, oh, let's push this site and plant the bomb and see what happens. And that ain't going to work at this level. Zitl, Alex dealing with them on every single level right now.
Just feels like every single turn, every single time we see something from Nexus, it is answered by Zitl, Alex. This is aggression from Mercy. No one's checking him either. Mercy for 2, Mercy for 3. Oh, it's Phaeton. He picks up the 3rd kill. Doesn't matter. Mercy's finding kills elsewhere on the map. Everybody from Nexus is being cleaned up so damn quickly. Mercy and Phaeton. Oh boy, I feel like janitors at the moment on this map, mate.
Attack inside for Nexus for their final swing at it. But Zitl, Alex with a extremely convincing scoreline right now. Send a little bit more resource over towards B, a little bit more aggressively. Phaeton will be dealt with by Mosin, so all of a sudden, does that flip this round back in your favor? Well, it should do. Phaeton has been causing a lot of problems. Make it 10 of them, exactly. He's taken down. First blood's there for Nexus. You have the advantage. Now, what do you do with these numbers and this map presence? Well, for the most part, you're still stuck in your spawn. Still searching it out. Feels like Nexus are quite happy to play slow. That doesn't always mean that is the best way to go. Is it Alex holding down over towards this A side? Let's see what Nexus can do. Mercy will find one 4v4.
Oh, GBO tried to use the coverage on smoke though, didn't work out. And now we're looking at something positive here for Nexus. You're in a 4 versus 2 scenario. The last remaining players on hit market, or as it Alex, excuse me, are split up as well. So we need some individual heroics here. And neither, I believe, of the snipers are up for Zitl Alex either. So you are definitely up against it here in this scenario, and they are taking a lot of time to figure out how to do this as well.
It's looking like a first round over towards the side of Nexus, which will just steady them heading into their defensive side. And then imagine those Zitl Alex are going to be a lot more aggressive. They're going to have to be aggressive here. Crow can find one and just gets out scot-free. Atham is there for the cover though, and all of a sudden Crow's left on his own. Atham will find 2. 5 on to the good to Zitl Alex after their defensive side. Nexus will now go over towards that side of the map and try and hold these bomb sites down. But it really is, it's going to come down to how much room you kind of give Phaeton here. You find that first blood, you take away the ace in the literal hole here for Zitl Alex, and you find the round. Big push coming in over towards the A side though. Can Nexus deal with?
Here we go. Zitl Alex not wasting any time here at the start of this round. They know they've got to clear out the trailer park, and it doesn't work out. That's great from Nexus on the defense, but you've got the bomb down for Zitl Alex. You take that. You've lost more and more players now, and I think the Pirate victory is starting to feel even more Pirate kit. You've lost enough players down to have 2 versus 4, and you've been pushed out the site as well.
Oh, hold on. GVO's found 2. Players pushing towards it, knowing that they have to clear out this side. There's one player on the flank that's going to have to do something. Blake can find it. You're going to have to find the second pusher with Phaeton with a sniper in hand. It's always going to be tough. 20 seconds, that bomb will be defused. T-Football was there for the support. He'll get the bomb defused, and it's a good start from the defense towards Nexus's side. It kind of felt like Zitl Alex were performing like a team who were 5-1 up there in that attacking round. Let's ascend it. Yeah, we're better. We'll do this. Lose a couple of gunfights, you lose the round. It's quite simple. You can't just headbutt a site.
Defend the objectives.
I mean, I feel like you can. You just got to win the fights, right? I mean, forehead statement of the year, I know, but like, it is just that simple, right? Sometimes, and ultimately, I think Nexus did do a good job of chasing down those kills after the bomb was down. I think losing that 3rd player in the round was really the dagger for Zitl Alex, and this time around, they are taking things significantly more slowly, right? They're not pushing too aggressively into the middle of the map. They're waiting for Nexus to kind of exhaust all their utility. Perhaps draw out any of those players before making the move forward. So now Nexus have used a lot of their smokes, stuns, and nades over the top. They've chosen their site of attack. AFOM is waiting patiently like a python in the grass, ready to strike. And never mind.
Kills starting to be traded. Atham did get taken down pretty quickly. T-Football dealt with as well. And that bomb will go down, and this is a awful retake to have to try and find Mausen. Just, well, it's hoping that Phaeton is going to make the mistake, and hoping that Phaeton ain't going to hit the shot. He's holding the tight angle. Phaeton, he doesn't want to give this one up, and Mausen was really waiting for a mistake to happen, and Well, they haven't offered one up yet. So Alex holding very, very tight here. 23 seconds, you're going to have to make your move, and there's the mistake. Phaeton will fall. There is your potential opening. Blade's going to fall on the other side of things. Dicey going to try and find the front kill. Is he going to be the one that finds it through the front door? Mosin can find it another, but left on his own. Hold on a second. This is working out for just a second. If you're Crow, you get the hell out of there. He's found 3 in the round. He ain't going to find the 4th. Crow will find it.
Nice.
Still Alex will hold. But it got a little bit scary for a second there. Fair play to Mosin finding a few kills.
Yeah, and good play from Crow there towards the end, right? The 1 versus 1. You recognize that there's only 6 or 7 seconds left of time. Don't go for an egregious challenge because you will lose it against the Tundra. Just decides to draw Malzin out and wins the 1 versus 1. So Zittle Alex on map point. Just one search and destroy round away from taking a 2-0 lead here before we get to that raid control, and it is aggression towards the B site once again. This time around though, Aethan walks away with some value here with the R9. Good trade from Crow, but that slows things up enough here that it's going to make Zeal Alex rethink this entire play. Also aggressive from Dicey. Keep an eye out for him because he might be about to blow this offensive play, excuse me, wide open if he can find some frags. Oh, goodness me. Dicey gets spat on.
Well, I don't think it was actually a case of making them rethink about what they wanted to do. You could see it was kind of a bit of a bait over towards the B side, but it has now been made aware with Nexus finding, well, not the kill from Dicey, but a little bit of info. Hitmarker now finding himself in a difficult spot, but a spot that Nexus now have to very much respect. Team Football looking for the angle if he can. Hitmarker just playing with them and just giving them so much space. This bomb should be going down over towards A. It hasn't done yet. 2 versus 2.
We got the bomb.
Gonna say, taking that bomb down for a while. It's a risky play, but it will finally go down now. Given Nexus, though, a little bit of time to move forward here. How long that bomb took to go down. Crow gets the first kill. Now, last player, you know where football is, so you should be able to pre-aim for it.
They're doing so. With this next gunfight, is it going to decide the game? Yes, it will. Phaeton finds the gunfight, finds the round, and the search and destroy goes Zittle Alex away. 2-0 up in this series. And Brody, for me, look, I mean, map number 1 we kind of said was... It was relatively close. There was a couple of moments here and there, you know, for Nexus, you are never too far away in that hard point. You felt very far away in the search and destroy, though.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. There's just moments, right? I think at the start where Nexus were just not playing all that well through those first 5 rounds, right? They weren't being very reactive. And I think in a key way, they weren't being aggressive enough, right? I mean, like, you've got to use more of utility. And we saw it a couple of times, right? Where you've got to throw smokes over the top. You've got to throw nades to unseat those sniper rifle players because that's how you get onto the sites. And the fact that we're never able to really deal with Phaeton in any meaningful capacity apart from that 6th round, I think that was the biggest struggle the Nexus faced there in that search and destroy. On the flip side of the conversation, there was only really one moment where it felt like Zittle Alex were actually playing in any kind of passive way. That was the second offensive effort. Of course, the first, they ended up losing to Nexus, and that was a solid set of trades going in their favor. But, you know, for the most part, I think Zittle Alex were just kind of outsmarting Nexus at every turn in that search and destroy. And that, you know, final round was a really good example of it, right? I mean, they go towards the A site or the B site. They go towards the B site and kind of make a lot of noise. They lose the open engagement thing. All right, we're going to back the hell off here, go all the way around towards A, and they get that puppy down on the site and end up winning the round from there on out. So just a couple of different, I think, decisions being made right now from Zittle Alex that proves them to be the better roster of the two. They do just look a cut above at this point in time.
They really do. And heading into a raid now as well, that's a kind of map that is that, I want to say it's a classic control, right? You really do see the so-called better teams go on to win this map mode combo more often than not. So, I mean, what's the route in for Nexus? What's the play going to be? We've seen typically with their operators that there was actually some really good usage from them in that first map. So let's see if that's something they can maybe get going, because, I mean, you can find a 5 dead with an equalizer and all of a sudden you're in a position to find a point, and then maybe that changes the game. There are a lot more variables, I want to say, when it does come down to control that you can possibly throw in there to help you out. Search and destroy, though, is it like above and beyond, and we got to see that in the scoreline. Let's see what's going to go down in the control, though, because right now we're speedrunning through series, and we might be done on a regular time for us here, Brody, at this stage. But I mean, I don't want to jinx it, touch wood, but at the same time, like, you know, well, yeah, no, we'll be here till 5 a.m. now. But irrelevant of that, if we are here till 5 a.m., we've had some great COD Mobile. Zittle Alex, though, at this stage, in a really, really solid spot. Or can you close it out in this kind of fashion? I think if they can, you know, for me, Brody, it's I don't want to go as far as saying it's a massive statement win, but it would show people they are here to play. If they can find a 3-0 against a team like Nexus.
Yeah, and again, you kind of the players in this roster, Hitmark, I think in particular, you cannot underestimate Zitlalix under any stretch of the imagination. They've been solid so far in this best of 5, and I hope they close out here in a 3-0 fashion. For the start of this one, though, Nexus are actually winning the trades for the most part. GVO and Crow will come out for a couple of kills, and that will be enough to provide some kind of resistance. But for Nexus now, they are getting this point done fast and furious style by having to move forward here towards that laundry side to try and create some space. Nexus, once again, are just frankly winning this trade. And now I think short of some kind of heroics here from Hitmarker coming on the flank, this should be a capture. No, Hitmarker's actually going to find some value here, Ton. So there's an opportunity here on the defense to stop this point, but they're just going to give it up. Nexus able to, 3-stack, capture that point and bring it all the way home. And now, 2 minutes on the clock? Nexus got a lot of time to make this ACAP happen.
A whole lot of time. Slight lead on the life front as well, sitting at 4. But I think, honestly, for me, that what kind of worked for Nexus were the snipers off the rip. We see it quite often, but they find a couple of picks there, gives them that little bit of onus, a little bit of momentum. I know sometimes we don't like to use that word, but it just definitely felt like they had that advantage for quite some time, and they got a bit of an advantage pushing over towards A now as well. Found a couple of picks. They're gonna have to get rid of Hitmarker because he's gonna be a big pain. But a lot of kitchen control here. Phaeton trying his best. Trades just working out in the favor of Nexus right now. GBO will find something just to settle things down, but not so bad from Nexus so far.
Yeah, I really like the positioning right now from Zitlalix. They're not trying to overextend too aggressively, and they've got Hitmarker pushed all the way through. Oh my goodness me, GVO comes through and clears kitchen out. Nobody allowed in the kitchen right now, and GVO continues on that spree as well. That's a 3rd kill for him. So yeah, Zitlalix with his opposition are actually forcing Nexus to spawn out all the way over driveway. This is what I absolutely love fundamentally. Raid control, controlling the map as you damn well should. It's forcing Nexus to take a much longer route in behind enemy lines, and that is, 10 to 15 seconds every single respawn that you're having to waste that you otherwise wouldn't if you didn't have players in those positions. So now Nexus have gotten behind enemy lines. Now they have to start winning these gunfights, Ton.
Yeah, Phaeton absolutely screaming for a little bit of backup because everybody pushing their way through this small choke point. He eventually will fall after finding 2. Mauser not able to quite land the shot. Spawns over towards the basketball court though, and that's going to, well, just play into his hands. Phaeton walks straight into that one. 7 versus 7, 30 seconds to go. Very close one. We can see some War Machine actually now being popped out. It's actually the Sparrow though from GVO. They're just trying to solidify this one if they can. 6 versus 4. 23 seconds to go. Phaeton just trying to pick up some kills here. A little bit of kitchen presence from the side of Nexus. Makes it a 5 versus 4. 5 versus 3. That could be a big kill.
Yeah, but it feels like the Joker in the pack here is going to be Hitmarker. Are they going to respect the fact that he's going to be behind enemy lines? They don't call it enough. Mausdin pulling out the War Machine. Should be able to trade this one out, but it is done already. You've lost the fights towards basketball side. Hitmarker, the surprise player, blows the surprise play from Nexus wide open, and Zitlalix, that's a strong round number 1. Considering how that round started from Nexus, that is a brilliant response. And again, it's down to the fact that fundamentally Zitlalix played that round perfectly. The way they were controlling the map forces Nexus to spawn further out than they otherwise would, and they only really had 1 or 2 good hits to actually do anything there.
It's a tough one to break down sometimes though, if you can't get like a little bit of map presence, stagger the opposition. That's when it does become a little bit more difficult. Hitmarker, well, I'm going to find it difficult to find T-football if you're looking in the opposite direction. Nice start for Nexus again though, this time on the defensive side, but a big push coming in over towards A side. Atham there to just pick up the pieces and clean that one up, no problem. Zitlalix trying to get things going. Atham absolutely dominating in the middle of the map. Good start from Nexus here. This is much better.
Solid on the defense, and crucially they haven't allowed what happened to Zitlalix in the first round to happen at the start of this one. B is totally secure, not a single tick given away. Zitlalix though have decided, because there's no map control from Nexus here, to just push the buttons over by A. Only 1 player to kill with inside elbow, and that's going to be Mauser, who has to push all the way back down to 50% HB. Needs some help from the team. Mercy now covering that from the middle of the map as well. Every single point of entry is being covered right now from Zitlalix, and Nexus are being forced to make individual plays and individual errors as well. Mercy with a purifier inside the kitchen. That's a foul that you have to make if you're Alex. Second tick now through. We need to see some double chows, Ton.
GVO is doing well to hold down from the money side, but
oh my
Nexus
God.
eventually, well, getting something done. They will find a way through somehow, but at the same time, like I mean, I was expecting the operators to just maybe come in a little bit early. Football isn't able to make most of it. How is Crow somehow won that? A is ticking over still quite nicely, and now the push over towards B. Brody, you're not happy about something?
It's just ridiculous that Crow's able to get that 3-piece by A, right? I mean, it's just such a nuisance. He's now going to continue having A, while the rest of the Nexus roster are kind of having to split their forces, right? You have to send players to deal with Crow over by A, and you're weakened over by B for it. Crow getting that 3-piece in 3 different locations completely turns its round on its head. Zitlalix now have a chance.
The thing is, though, Zitlalix, you've made a lot of inroads over towards both sides, but you haven't captured one yet. Okay, the time has been stopped. Hitmarker's doing a wonderful job actually just staying alive, but here comes the flank. Mausen will be dealt with. GVO now will bring in the Sparrow, and every single time it seems to be up, he's bringing it in. Nexus, I've seen at one stage had maybe 4 or 5 operators available. I haven't seen any good usage come out yet, and that may well be the difference because Zitlalix have now pressed the accelerator. They brought in 3 of their own. T-Football is the only one who can answer back with a kill against Mercy, but now an 8 versus 4. Nexus are being picked apart at the seams right now. No answer to the pressure from Zitlalix that they bring in at the right time, and I'll give Zitlalix so much credit from that. Crow does brilliantly over towards A, but every single time that there is an operator to be used, it feels like it's being used at the right time and it's being used well.
Yeah, I mean, we so often talk about using operators properly in control of all game modes. I would argue control is the most important game modes to make sure your operators are being used in the right way. It is a go button. It is kind of a pack-a-punch towards the end of the game if you need it, and that was most certainly a pack-a-punch there for Zitlalix at the end of that round. And now they've got one towards this round as well. Crow finds 3 with the War Machine off the start. On the other side, Mausen is finding no value whatsoever. Will finally pick up Mercy, and that's going to be an opening towards B. But talk about operator usage both of the end of that round and the start of this one for Zitlalix. That is pretty much perfect. Now the flanking players from Zitlalix are looking to do something. Do I spy a potential spawn trap here being set up from Zitlalix?
That's what they're trying to do. I think the problem that they are going to have is, well, I mean, to have a spawn trap work, you have to find some kills. And the other thing, Nexus do have 3 operators available, but I feel as if Nexus have kind of been sitting on these for quite some time. You're 2-0 down in the series. You're 2-0 down in the control. Get them in and try and get something going. B has been captured now. Plenty of time to do something now, but Phaeton in your spawn is going to cause probably some issues. You're going to have to turn around, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're probably playing this correctly. Yeah, okay, they will clear out the spawn, and now they can make their push over towards A. If anything, Zitlalix are forced back a little bit further than they probably would have liked to have been. Nexus can, well, slowly maneuver their way up. GVO will do well to find a kill. Traded across the board, just about in the favor of Zitlalix. Now back and forth and quite even. These next couple of gunfights feel quite influential because if Nexus can find a bit of kitchen control, you've got some operators to use. Could be your round 2 lose.
Yeah, but it's important to note that, again, Nexus are being funneled into 2 different areas of the map right now. They cannot get past the bedroom. They're being forced to push us from elbow, from basketball, from open step side. But that's a wave of gunfights for Zitlalix that you just cannot, frankly, let happen. Hitmarker pulls himself back ever so slightly to help out, and now he is ready for these players to hit from the pool side, and they just don't want to. They are absolutely terrified of challenging Hitmarker. Zitlalix now pushing out towards the middle of the map as well, and Hitmarker is hunting these players down with the Annihilator.
Well, the fact that Hitmarker is seeing nobody just gives all the information over towards the side of Zitlalix. If I'm Dicey, if I'm Blay, I'm calling everything in here. Hitmarker missing his shots. Dicey not, though. Him and T-Football starting to work well. Pressure over towards this backside. Mercy now spawning back in. Blay, oh, he's found nothing with the claw. Oh, and that's now dangerous. 12 versus 9. To be fair, I don't think we've seen a great deal coming out of Hitmarker. He's done more, actually, to be fair, with the SMG in hand. Atham's the only one who can answer back. It's 11 versus 7.
Yeah, it feels like, if anything, he's just more of a scary presence, right? I kind of a warning sign. Don't come pool side. You have to make that long wrap happen through ring if you want to make anything work on the offense here. Now Mercy just ready to cook in the kitchen, and in cooking, he is absolutely doing that. We'll find a couple of kills. A posthumous one against A from there as well. And all these trades resulting here in Nexus losing the last couple of players. Of course, Hitmarker has now been removed from the kitchen side, so Nexus know that is a open opportunity, but they want this 3-0. They want it right here. They want it right now. Ethan comes through for a couple of kills. Blay able to find another one. Hold your horses for a second, folks. 2v4. It doesn't matter. There is no time to make it happen, as Alex gave a 3-0 whopping to Nexus.
And that's a really nice win for Zitlalix to find, because we were coming into this, I mean, we didn't really know what to expect in this series, but a dominant, in the end, 3-0 win for Zitlalix wasn't necessarily on my bingo card, Brody. I would have expected probably a closer series. Okay, map number 1 was pretty close, in fairness. I think, you know, we'll give Nexus credit there. They were maybe just behind the operator curve at some stage, and that can make a difference, but next 2 maps, oh, I mean, not really much to write home about if you're a Nexus fan. That was dominant from the side of Zitlalix. who I have now got used to saying their name. We've kind of got that one locked in after I eventually decided
I'm kind of
to be able
surprised,
to
mate,
read.
honestly.
Yeah, no, I think on first read it was, but then once we got it there, Zitlalix. That's it.
Lalix. You just got to get the tongue going, you know?
Yeah, well, yeah. So wonderful work from the side of Zitlalix to get this one done. And again, it was just map number 1. Nexus kind of showed something. We've seen glimmers, but other than that, Zitlalix just very much proven themselves to be the better team, and we got a good show of that, specifically in the controller. 3-0 win there is a nice way to wrap up a 3-0 win in this series. They'll now go up against UD next week, or in a couple of weeks' time, I should say. And hey, that's a nice win to find.
Yeah, just very quickly here, I'll say I want to shout out Zitlalix, because not only did they win that series 3-0, but they did something that so many teams in SPS do not do. Like, the control of Bedroom on raid control is something that does my head in when teams just don't do it, like, ever. And like 99% of teams just don't do it. Right there, and teams in NA, teams in EU, if you guys want to know how to play raid control, just watch Alex play that map, because the way they were controlling the spawns is exactly what teams need to do more. It was just so perfect. It's the entire reason they won that map.
PSA from Brody here, making sure that everyone has their gameplay down for the next time we see it happen. Because if it's not done the way Brody just said, he's going to remember. He's going to remember he gave everybody the tidbit right
Probably
now.
Won't remember.
He's very stubborn, and he will let you know about it, to be fair. He is the kind of person he will let you know. But I agree. Look, I think Zitlalix did really well. We've seen it so often on raid control over the years in any of the Call of Duty esports side of things. Bedroom control is absolutely paramount, and we got to see a good example of it there from Zitlalix. Dominating window, Lauren. I mean, we kind of didn't expect it to go down that way. I thought we'd be there for a little bit longer at least, but hey, I felt like we sped ran through that one pretty much as quickly as we did the first one.
I mean, like you said, there were a couple moments on the hard point, but like Zitlalix came to play today. They were ready. They got the first step of their journey done. They've got that first win now under their belt alongside Undream, and like you were just saying, they've got a couple weeks time now to really nail down their strategy for that match up against Undream, because that's not going to be easy. That one's going to be really fun. So I hope everybody's ready to come back for that when we get to that matchup, because that'll be really cool to see. But Rebels and Nexus both are not out of it yet. They still have one more opportunity to stay alive. Now they both drop down into that lower bracket, and now this is the knockout time. One of them will go home today. Whoever loses this matchup will be out of the competition. Whoever wins will stay alive, waiting in the lower bracket for the loser of that Undream versus Zitlalix matchup. So really strong performances from those teams that ended up or that stayed in the upper bracket, but still one more opportunity for our teams to continue their way through to the challenge season finals for match number 3. So it's always crazy to me when we're in the first week and we're already knocking people out. That always that's just like, you get no chance to sleep. But I think it's going to be fun here, Brody.
Yeah, I think it's going to be crazy, actually, because obviously Nexus now playing in this lower round 1 matchup. We can go from an organizational perspective of Nexus winning the entire thing in Season 5 to Frame 1 of Season 6 being out, like double DFR'd, like done straight away. That is absolutely crazy. Yeah, it's always sad to lose a team, but we're about to lose one of Rebels and Nexus. I honestly do not know which one it's going to be. I feel like Rebels probably didn't have a fair shake in their first matchup of the day, considering how to play Undream. So I think we're going to get a surprise here in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're moments away from getting into that third and final matchup of the day, but we're going to send it to a short break so Nexus have a couple minutes to get themselves reset and ready to go. When we return, the final match of the day coming at you.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the take and we eat. Dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Let the weak
Prime time, baby!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Thank you so much for hanging with us through the break. Hopefully, you were able to get some snacks, grab a drink, more than enough time for a bathroom break. Welcome us back here for the third and final match of the day. And this is an elimination match. Just to be clear, for everyone at home, one of our teams will be going home after this series already. Somehow we got through two very, very strong 3-0s in our upper bracket out of both Undream and Zitlalix, sending Rebels and Nexus down into that lower bracket. And now it is up to these two teams to decide who will be staying alive in that lower bracket, who will be trying to continue through to those challenge finals. So it is all on the line now for these two teams out of Group A. And if you're wondering where the rest of the teams are, that's in Group B. And we'll be doing this exact same process for them next week. We will be sending another team home. Two more teams stay alive in that upper bracket. So lots of action coming your way for the rest of our challenge season. But for now, it's all about Rebels versus Nexus. We saw the performances, obviously, out of both of these squads. And hopefully it's going to be a little bit closer, but still, I think potentially a little bit of struggle here for Rebels, Ton.
Well, it's hard to say because look, Rebels are going up against one of the best teams in the region, if not the best region, the best team in the region. So I think it's a hard one to kind of judge with. I was saying we kind of had our litmus test when we were going to both those games to kind of make a judgment, especially the second one of where these teams are at. Zitlalix kind of did surprise us in a certain kind of way, that to win that 3-0 in the fashion that they did. Does that say more about them, or does that say more about Nexus? Well, we're about to find that out. I think we're still heading into this one and sort of saying, okay, well, we kind of really don't know which way to lean on this one, because we don't know how, for the side of UD, how strong they were in comparison to Rebels, or was Rebels' performance lackluster? Well, I suppose we're going to find that all out. I think all signs for me, though, are pointing towards what should be a relatively close game. But I said that in the last series, and, well, Nexus got slammed 3-0, so here we are. Let's see. I mean, I'm always there for the surprises, Lauren, and maybe we'll get one here.
And that's kind of the flip side of it too, Birdie, right? Both of these teams are coming off of a loss now, and it boils down to their ability to bounce back after something like that.
Yeah, I will say, I think in that department at least, I think it's probably easier for Rebels to bounce back, just because obviously, like, you just lost 3-0 to Undream of all teams, so it's just like, well, yeah, what do you expect, right? I know the fashion that they lost 3-0 is kind of difficult to, that's going to be ultimately a difficult pill to swallow, but I do think, like, ultimately, it is easy to just kind of throw that away and just be like, look, it was Undream, right? It was a 3-0, it doesn't matter, like, we're going to go into a much more easy easy, there's no easy matches, but an easier match for the next one. Whereas I think on the other side of the conversation, you know, we were saying that Alex and Nexus is a toss-up, and so I think it's more difficult for Nexus to walk away from that matchup and say, hey, like, we just got 3-0, like, where do we go from here? Like, it's much more difficult to mentally bounce back when you don't have a very easy excuse per se. So I think Rebels are probably going to be coming to this one with a very clean slate. We'll see kind of what Nexus state of mind looks like.
We'll also see you know, if they decide to go for some of their same picks or anything changes here when we get through that veto process. And just for everybody at home, that's what our teams were doing over the break and are still currently wrapping up now, is making sure they get those picks and bans coming through and have that all settled, as they have significantly less time now when we're doing it live here between these matches completing and rolling into the next one. So will we get another Crossfire? Maybe that was the first one of the entire season here so far. Could potentially see that popping up again. But at the end of the day, we saw dominating controls for both of the teams. So not really a lot for these squads to go off of. They could have watched each other's series here, Ton, in an effort to try and see if they could get some information on them, but because they were so similar and they were so quick, not a lot to garner.
Well, I suppose if you're Nexus, what could you even possibly get from that first series?
Yeah.
I mean, you watch Rebels just kind of got again, not too similar to what happened to you, but relatively. Like, it was one of those where you sort of, okay, well, they got 30 or 40 points on the first hard point. They got a round, I think, in the search and destroy. They didn't win a round of control. So what can you really read into that? What can you say? Like, maybe you can look at some of the tactics, break-offs or something like that if you play a similar map, which I'm sure we'll find out very, very quickly. But for the side of Nexus, you know, you watch their game, maybe if you're Rebels, you got to see a little bit more, right? So you got to see some of their hard point. You got to see that they are wanting to maybe wait for those perfect moments on the operators. I feel as if Alex did well in that hard point because they were proactive with theirs, so that's maybe something they can take away from that. Search and destroy wise, they kind of got ran through, so maybe we won't see that map in particular that we've seen. Is it a map firing range that you maybe then want to visit potentially? Control, I think they're probably a little unfortunate to get 3-0, and I think they at least nearly had something in round number 1 going. So okay, you could maybe say that opening breaks look pretty decent. They may well use snipers if we go over towards raid. So there you go. There's all the information you need if you are Rebels. There you go. I've laid it all out on the line for you. But at the same time, I think it's hard to, when you're coming up against such different opponents, read too much into it as well. I think for both these two teams, you're heading into this veto process. You pick your stronger maps, you ban your weak ones. It's as simple as that. You go from there.
Yeah, and if I could here, I think at this point in the season, like, there's no point trying to veto against your opposition. Like, unless you are going up against a roster like NA Full Arts, right, where it's just like, you know what the good maps are because you will have like VOD. Like, they are probably the only team in the entire competition where at this stage of the competition you could actually like realistically veto against them. Like, this is the one time, guys, the one time that us here on the casting desk will not be saying veto against your opposition, because at this stage it does not matter. Like, just veto for yourselves, veto for what you're comfortable on, because that is the best way to go about this. I will say, I think coming into this best of 5, like, I think the one thing these guys will have taken away from each other in their last series will probably just solely be the composition of the roster. Like, who's running the sniper in the search and destroy? Who do we kind of need to take out off the rip here? Because that is, I think, the fundamentals of how these modes work in Call of Duty Mobile, right? It's just taking out your key players, taking out your key operators. So yeah, that's really going to be it. There's not a lot of information.
And that's the tough part about the beginning of the challenge season as well, is that, I mean, we say it in open finals, but it always carries over into weeks 1 and 2 when everyone's still trying to figure each other out and they don't have a lot of time to do it. So it also boils down to, you know, your ability to go back to the basics, to also be adapting in the moment to what you're facing off against and who's just the better of the two. So we'll have to see if our teams are almost ready here with those picks and bans. But before we get into match number 3 as well, while we're waiting on that, chat, let us know your thoughts. I mean, we're sitting here talking about it, kind of hypothesizing who could potentially do what, but when it comes down to it, who do you think is going to win, or are specific teams that you're pulling for? Do you think it'll be Rebels who'll be able to bounce back here and stay alive in that lower bracket, or will Nexus have, you know, be coming in a little bit warmer, not having to have rested for an entire series? And do you think Nexus will be able to bring this one home and not drop out? Because there's so many factors when it comes to this type of a competition that anything can really happen. It's still anyone's game, and we're never counting any of these squads out. Like you've said a couple times, Brody. Obviously, we went from top 16 down to top 8, best 8 in the region of how we're here. That's going to be slashed in half again. It's always tough with how quick it's happening, but there's a certain level of skill to have even made it this far that everyone has. So, and as we're saying that, we get the picks through. All right, Summit Hardpoint here, Tom.
Yep, Summit Hardpoint to kick things off. I think if you are Rebels, that's potentially nightmare fuel. At the same time, though, if your Nexus is, well, it's a Rebels pick, so obviously they're going into that one sort of saying, right, okay, well, we have our positives on that map. We're not playing against UD. Okay, let's go with it. Nexus going with the Tunisia. We kind of haven't seen that yet, but from what we've seen in the Search and Destroy, well, in particular on that map, firing range very, very different to how Tunisia plays, so nothing to really read in there. And with the raid coming up there, Nexus will be more than happy with that as well. Hacienda, if we need to see a standoff for map number 5 as well, which will be the first time this season, that'll be interesting as well. So yeah, interesting map set. I think if I'm Nexus, I'm potentially a little bit more happy about this one. I suppose the only thing you can read in the Tunisia pick is that it plays pretty similar to Coastal, so I suppose you can maybe just try and make a judgment call based off that. But it's really hard to say. As we kind of alluded to throughout that entire conversation we just had, it's hard to really pick some of these reasonings around how things are going to happen. We're just going to have to figure it out. But on a base level, there's kind of some things there.
Yeah, and I will say as well, the raid control is going to be the interesting one for me, is because, you know, going back to the comment I made before we went to break, right, is the fact that I think Zittel Alex are playing that raid control so damn well. Like, it's in a way that you wouldn't really see any teams. I don't think you're going to see Rebels play raid control like that, right? So for that, I don't think it's really going to be a stress point for Nexus at all, even though they just got 3-0'd on that map mode combination. I think, again, it's a very different playstyle that you're going to encounter against Rebels. So that being in the best of 5 is not a stress for me. And also equally, I don't think Summit being in the best of 5 is particularly concerning for Rebels, right? I mean, they got slapped about by Undream on it, but it's not like fundamentally they were doing anything wrong. They were just getting outslayed. So I think for me, just coming into the series, it's kind of a clean slate for both teams.
Well, now that we have our picks and bans through, we've been chatting enough about these squads. It's time to determine who stays in the challenge season and who is eliminated, because match number 3 between Rebels and Nexus is ready to go. So let's get into it.
Yeah, we've been yapping for a while about this series, so let's see how it's actually just going to go down. I think, you know, we've kind of beat the drum of that this is a hard one to call, but Brody, I mean, I always do tend, I'm not so much going for predictions. I'm not going flat out on those ones. I think it's lazy, but at the same time, I don't know if I have anywhere which way I'm leaning on this one. I'm just trying to ascertain where you're at with this, because for me, I think it's very, very difficult to call on what we've seen. Nexus maybe not as good as we expected. Rebels, that's kind of what we expected to happen to them. Yeah. So am I weighing it up that way? It's really hard to say when both teams have played somebody completely different.
The thing I will say is I don't think we've seen Rebels at their best just yet, right? You know, for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, I think, again, they played Undream, so it's just like we didn't see any of Rebels actually playing well in that best of 5 because we frankly couldn't. And I think secondarily, they're not playing their best players right now. Like, again, they have Yawn on the bench, I believe, so like just bring him in. Like, I don't know if Yawn is actually available tonight. I don't know if he's like supposed to be playing these matches, but I would definitely be subbing somebody out for Yawn right now. But it makes no sense to not have Yawn playing. Like, bring like Vertex out the match for Yawn. Like that's like an instant swap that I would be making. Maybe not a like for like operator swap, but like just give Yawn like the equalizers and it'll be fine. Like I think it's just the way that you should be playing right now is just bringing your best players on the field, because you definitely need that. And again, like we haven't seen Rebels playing firing on all cylinders yet, so that's something to consider. Okay. But again, same could be said for Nexus, honestly. Like, who knows coming into the series?
Yeah, I think, you know, if you are Rebels, you definitely had the harder of the matchups, but I mean, Nexus didn't necessarily make theirs look great either, I want to say. But I don't know, it's hard to lean in any direction in this one, but then that's kind of what we like when we come into these series. This is an elimination match. If it's not a close game, then how have the teams even ended up here? I'm just trying to have a look through as far as like who they kind of matched up. They didn't run into each other as far as I'm aware. I think that would have been quite surprising had they had done and ended up in the same group. So for them to, you know, not have necessarily too much info on each other, like it is a difficult one to kind of lean towards it. I do actually have the picks and bans and what was actually banned away here. So Rebels got rid of Arsenal, Nexus got rid of Slums. What are we doing? Then of course we've seen the Summit pick coming in from Rebels, and then going over towards the Search and Destroy. It was a ban of Coastal from Nexus. So that was based on actually what we've seen from Rebels in their first match of the day up against UD was a Coastal. So choosing to get rid of that. So for Nexus, again, that's kind of point was what we kind of thought, that just ban for yourselves, not necessarily for your opponent. Rebels got rid of Kurahana. Nexus then picking Tunisia. It's surprising to me that we see a Coastal ban and not Tunisia, and then a Tunisia pick. As mentioned, they do play fairly similar, but maybe that's just in terms of pure play time.
Preference.
Yeah, the pick of Standoff coming through from Rebels, the ban of Crossfire from Rebels after what happened to them in map number 3 up against UD, of course, is probably not 100% surprising. But then Nexus going into go for the ban, meaning we're playing raid, so they kind of effectively get to pick the ban that they just lost on themselves. So, I mean, some of it makes sense, some of it doesn't, but hopefully we'll find out how it's going to play out very shortly.
Yeah, we are just waiting for the game to get underway right now. Listen, do you guys think casters have access to start the game? Like, do you think we have like a mystical button that starts the game? Like, sorry, no, actually, my bad. I did have a button, and when I moved house, I left it behind. I sold it for like £4, which isn't even that a lot. You can't even buy Greg's for £4 nowadays. Like, what do you want me to do? You probably, I mean,
right? Okay, like,
can't.
What you
Boris Johnson ruined the economy, mate. I don't know, like
Chafford today, but at the same time, but what are you buying? What are you buying from Greg's? It's costing you £4.
I normally go, to be fair, I think the thing I normally go for is a steak bake, which I found out costs like £2.35 now or something. It's like ridiculous. Maybe it's the sudden prices. I don't know. I don't know, mate. It's crazy. Have we discussed like the discrepancy of prices before? And this is not a conversation to be having on like a pro COD mobile broadcast, but like discrepancy of prices. If you guys aren't aware, like obviously Americans right now in chat, you guys might experience this across the country, but like in the UK, right? The price of food changes the further up north you go. It gets cheaper. I can't believe it. You buy 20 chicken nuggets in McDonald's and it costs like £8 here in the south now. In the north, it's like £5. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, that is a total conversation that is not to be had at 3 a.m. here
and yet
on a COD Mobile broadcast.
Yeah.
That being said, the point being, we don't have access to a magic button that starts the game, guys. So stop thinking we do, please, for the love of my life. Anyway, back to it. We got a great match coming up here. I can't wait. One of these teams is about to be done so, mate. One of these teams is about to lose the game.
You've just went on that full tangent yourself. That wasn't even my fault.
It wasn't, though, but I'm going to act like it is.
You just, yeah, okay. Usually it's me that takes us down that route, but you did that all by yourself, and I was just happy to sit there, listen, you dig the hole and try and dig yourself out of it. That was funny. But here we are. Well, hopefully we're going to be loading in very, very shortly. We'll play in the game not starting up on, well, your button not being there. You sold it for £4.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I sold it.
Apparently by Gregsworth. But irrelevant of that, here we are. We're still waiting for this one to get going, and we will be jumping into it very, very shortly. But yeah, for all the Americans who are sat there and watch it, I can't even go into the conversation anymore, as I'll lose my mind. But hopefully we're going to be jumping in a second. But I think, you know, this is kind of why the challenge season exists, why this JSL format exists. You know, we go into these knockout matches where we don't have an expectation of which way it's going to go. You know, that's always the nice thing to have. You get to these kind of game states, you get to the stage in the tournament, you don't know which way this game's going to go. That's the nice place to be in, and so this should be the case. Look, it's an elimination match. You want the teams to really have to fight to stay in the tournament, but I think for both these two teams as well, irrelevant of what happens in this game, the next game is going to be difficult.
Yeah, like, and that is the interesting thing about this like stage of the competition, right, is that we do just come into these matches and we don't know what to expect, because, you know, for a couple of reasons. First of all, you kind of come down to lower round one here, you expect these teams to be relatively closely matched, and for two, you have a lot of new players on these teams, or at least returning players that haven't played in a while, that are not kind of the regular mix of players. I mean, for a good example, we just got a really good match in Zit Alex and Nexus. It might not have seemed it because it was a 3-0, but the maps themselves were like fundamentally enjoyable matches to watch, right? So, you know, it's just like, these matches are really awesome to watch. Like, they're really close. This is just an incredible series, incredible matches. I can't wait to get into it. Honestly, I just want to go. I just want to get into the game. I promise I want the match to start.
Well, hopefully we are jumping in. Are YouTube chat complaining towards you? Are they making chat? Because I just want to make everybody aware that it is Brody who starts the games. It's nothing to do with me.
Yeah, what do you want me to do here? Okay, like I don't have any powers. Okay, I barely have power myself. Okay, I don't know what I did today. What did I do when I woke up?
What did you do?
I think I had like a bowl of cereal.
All right, nice.
Sure. Is that?
Oh, well, I mean, I was about to just
go?
go on a full other tangent there. What time did you have cereal, etc., etc.? You know, because it is it
that sounds like the game's starting.
Is it etc., etc.? But you know, we are actually having the game start here. So unfortunately, I can't torture you in the way I wanted to. But Rebels against Nexus is now coming up, and this is very much an elimination game. Here we go on to Summit. Rebels will, of course, be having minor flashbacks, ones that will not be kind to the brain, but relevant of that, they're going up against a very different opposition in Nexus. What promises to be a good game, so let's see if we can get something that's not a 3-0 stomping. Doing great for the schedule and not so much for the entertainment, but let's see if we can get into it and see if we can have a banger. It should be both these two teams fighting for their survival in the SPS, and it is about time to do or die for both these two squads.
Yep, it is time to turn up or shut up, because you are going to be done if you do not win this series, and getting DFR'd is frankly quite embarrassing, so you definitely don't want that. With that said though, one more chance for both of these teams. We're going to go to a Summit hardpoint to start this best of 5. Like I said, I mean, Summit hardpoints are always really fun. Again, like for those of you guys who aren't familiar with the way this map works, effectively, yeah, there's 5 hardpoints on this map. 5 hardpoints? 4 hardpoints on this map. God, I can't believe I got that wrong. There's 4 hardpoints in this map, but the most crucial of all of them is going to be that rotation from P2 to P3. You can effectively change those hills back to back if you spawn on the blue side of the map. So keep an eye out for that for Nexus, because they're going to want to start very strong with those side of the maps.
It is going to be interesting, right? Because I mean, you know, for all intents and purposes, we did see Nexus, you know, at least put up a decent fight in the hard point. But you know, we were having the conversation in the break, but we'll be candid. You were saying I expect Rebels to actually come out and win that, and that was hard for me to kind of understand based on what we've seen. But I think that's maybe just credit to how good Undream are. We're seeing Rebels with a, well, significantly better start than they had in their previous series. 17 points on the board already. Let's see how things are going to go. Nexus trying to get themselves back into this point, but Rebels, good amount of time over towards P1. This final 20 seconds will still be heavily fought over. Was that a maybe change up from the NX side of things? Excellence in there? I don't believe I've seen him in the previous series.
Yep, that is a change up. That is a change up. Was Dicey in the last series as well?
Dicey was, yeah.
Yeah, okay, just making sure. Yeah, no, Excellence is a good pickup here. You know, again, he was a player that played back in Season 4, and this is going to be a throwback for you, mate. The Goofy Goobers roster. Do you remember that? The roster that placed 5th back in Season 4?
Season 4, I didn't cast over NA, so I wouldn't remember it anyway.
Oh, well, yeah, okay.
Finals, didn't I? Remember when we were in Poland? I was in bed, you were casting NA?
Yep. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, don't run me. It was a good time. I enjoyed it a lot. Excellence was one of those players that actually was pretty good on Goofy Goobers, so I think, you know, for him to join the roster, I think it's going to be an immediate kind of pack-a-punch for Nexus. Most certainly one that they will need. On the Rebel side, I think crucially though, they have not made any changes. So the same roster of players that competed in their last matchup is competing in this one. So far, for the most part, so good. They hold a relatively small lead over Nexus at this point in time. But again, with 25 seconds left to go on the hill, keep an eye on that rotation towards P3. It is that hard point that serves as the money hill in this map. That's when you're going to get all the time.
I mean, based on what we've seen over the first 2 hills, we're definitely going to see a closer matchup than we have done over those previous 2 series. Legacy find a couple of exit kills here though, and Rebels will manage to pick up that scrap time. Heading over now towards P3 though, and Nexus have had time to dig the trenches. The gunnies are up, and what can they find from it? Vortex with the kill through the middle of the map though might just cause a little bit of concern. He's got very aggressive with the claw in hand. Maybe expecting that flank to come on through. This is something that could be being utilized inside the site. Mausen though, utilizing everything he potentially can very, very well, and that for Vortex is just a terrible call usage in the end. Excellence will find it. Nexus now with the potential to pick up some big time P3.
Yep. Good opportunity here for Nexus to hold this time. They are letting a couple of players through Snowside though. Immediately going to be bounced out here by players through the front of the hardpoint. Magnus crucially managed to get a couple of kills with the war machines. This is a lot of value actually being found here by Rebels, but ultimately it is going to be Nexus winning the vast majority of these gunfights. Still, Rebels are doing a good job at the moment, kind of puncturing the front of this hill. This is time that you're taking away from Nexus, so despite these back spawns coming through here, Rebels are ultimately taking this time away here, Tom.
Doing a good job. Considering how it started, Not too bad of an effort, but the problem for Rebels is that they are spawning towards that P3 spawn, which is kind of not where you want to be now, 5 seconds before P4 is dropping down. But they're doing a good job on the transition side of things. We can already see that Naz is all the way towards the backside. Really does need some help from his teammates, but he's doing a phenomenal job. He's found another kill on the 8th, and could he find another? That would have been brilliant. Not quite, but it has opened up a little bit of room for Rebels to get themselves in 55 seconds here left to play for. Over towards P4, and it's very much 50-50. There was actually from Atham equalizers brought in for absolutely nothing, and that's just not the kind of thing you can let happen. Nexus, we've seen that maybe operators were quite useful for them in the previous map, but they need to be better here.
For sure. Well, Rebels right now 35 seconds on the board here. Still left to get inside this hard point. You've got those back spawns pretty much locked down, and Nexus will only really give one more fair shake before rotating away towards the next set of hills. And look at the amount of players up top that have control of top snow side. Rebels are keeping an eye on it, but they do get broken through by Nexus. That's 3 kills here. You can really afford to give away, but ultimately I think Rebels right now looking a lot more well put together. And this is what we were talking about coming into this game time, as we were looking to see Rebels actually firing on all cylinders. This is a totally different look from them. We're actually seeing what they look like when they're given the opportunity to actually play as a team and not just getting absolutely stomped on by the likes of Undream. This is a much better performance from them, and we come in the second set off the back of a solid P4 hold with a lot of utility on side of Rebels.
It's looking good for them. Although I've seen Vortex call his claw in twice and yet to get a kill with it, but doing a solid job with everything else. 18 kills to his name. If he starts stepping that up, then all of a sudden Nexus could be in a lot of trouble. Speaking of trouble, Rebels might be in that spot themselves. Dicey finding a few in the middle of the map. Atham trying to combine here with the shotguns out as well. Nexus trying to get some decent time. I suppose the investment there, actually, I don't mind at all. Mausen will find 4, make it 5 now, Mausen. Sensational work. Have to make sure that they get something from this. It's not necessarily the moment of where you're going to be able to find a great deal of time, or are you? 20 seconds remaining here, and that kill feed has been all Nexus over the last 10-15 seconds.
Yep. Nexus in control for the back 15 seconds here. Again, their rotations have been kind of the name of the game so far in this hard point, and Rebels, well, they don't currently have control of the rotation just yet, but that wave of gunfights, I think they might be able to do so. So should be Rebels moving in for the rotation towards P2 now. They do have the rotations towards P3 as well after this hill is done and dusted, but they've got to fight for it. They've got to make sure they win the gunfights here towards the next hard point, and those 3 kills from Naz are pretty much everything you could ask for. Just one more player to contend with Ton. It's Mausen who does pick up a fight here and actually will enable a couple of wayward spawns to come through from Nexus to potentially rotate towards this hard point. But still, big gunfights coming through here for Rebels.
Yeah, USS 9 still looking pretty powerful, right? We tried to nerf it, we really did. Still looking good. Magnus, Naz doing a decent job. Nexus will finally get themselves through here, but if only momentarily. Contestation coming through. Naz continues to survive. Just feels like Rebels have got an extra gear, and when they need to find it, they do so. Nexus, though, is very much still within that touching distance. Having a look at the operators that are available. How influential is Dicey and Excellence going to be heading over towards P3? Right now, it's Rebels in control. Big gunfight going to go down on ice, and that's actually going to be won by Atham. So they're going to be able to get themselves through here. Nexus should be spawning over towards this backside when they do actually start dropping, and they are. P3 rotation semi there for Nexus, but Rebels very much here on the forefront as well.
Again, this hill last time around was not ultimately that great for the team in control of it at first. Rebels trying to break early on. It is important to say that you can break through the front if you use your operators correctly. Zio does want to do exactly that with the death machine, trying to find some more value. That's 2 kills already. Rebels knocking at the door, and that's 3 for Zio through the front. But Nexus, they have operators of their own. They know that's the only way to fire back against the operators of Rebels, but they have to win some of these gunfights.
Yeah, Rebels now have 3 available as well. Magnus now going to call in the War Machine, can find 2. Decent value, would like a little bit more. Vortex finally getting something on the board with the claw, make it 1 and 2. Excellence can find 1, continue to survive. Nexus batter back with what they have as well. Operators aplenty from both 2 teams, but that final 20 seconds looking like it's going to go over towards Nexus. We're going to have pretty much a tie game by the time we head over towards P4. They'll be very close at least. It's going to be maybe about 5 or 6 for the side of Nexus. Spawns coming in. Not good spawns for Rebels. You can see 1 player spawning out. Not going to be a fight over that scrap time. We'll get them out with the final 3. But the kills over towards the backside is what's going to be important. Everything being thrown in by both these 2 teams. Legacy holding it down to the back. This will be a huge gunfight to win, and finds a 3. There's the rotation for Rebels. Good time on offer here.
Yeah, but you've just lost one of the crucial gunfights down Snow as well. So Nexus really starting to knock at the door of this hard point. Apham sliding through with the R9 does find a little bit of value, but again, just losing that one player from Snow's side creates a snowball effect towards this hard point where now Nexus are able to push through, and wayward spawns will start to be experienced here from Rebels. They're going to have to hit this hill one by one, and it is very individual on the push back through. Nexus have just broken in here, Tom, within 20 seconds. This could be a pivotal moment to look back on in this game.
Gonna be massive. Legacy finds one with Equalizer, Aethermody finds one as well. Both these two teams, there's been good usage with the operators, there's been poor usage with the operators, but that's a big kill feed for Nexus. And that could be a massive 15 or so seconds in the grand scheme of things. Still going where they left off here as well on this point. 5 seconds to go. Contested as well. Malson shooting some bodies whilst we're at it. And have Nexus just come alive at the right time. They were down heading into this for a second rotation. They are up heading into the third. Gunfights coming through for Rebels though for some potential good time over towards P1. They found some decent moments over towards this hill. It's a close game. We should be ending on this rotation, Brody. It's been a hell of a hard point so far.
Yep, absolutely it has. And again, keep in mind, these important rotations are everything from map control, important operator utilization, as well as we get into this final set. You don't want to slip up by giving a wealth of time away on P1. Nexus currently on the team about to cross the 200-point threshold. Rebels trying to approach from up top. That is a big set of gunfights from Vertex, who was not there in the series versus Undream, is now turning up for sure in this one. About to break 40 kills for Rebels. Those are important gunfights going down, but ultimately Nexus is going to win the vast majority of them. And for Rebels here, you might want to start thinking about the rotation time. You're giving away a ton of time on P1.
Oh, a lot of time. Now it's going to try and stop that bleeding. Not for a great deal. I will say, Nexus are up, and you look at those dots in the top of your screen. 4 operators available. Rebels haven't got a goddamn thing. Zeo will finally get something up, and these guys have to find incredible value. Naz does better now with his normal gun than we've got to see with the Purifier. And all of a sudden, Blay will find a way through. Great gunfight to win. How on earth has he won the third as well? Blay with a big play. Rebels now going to be in a little bit of a difficult spot. Gunfights as well. They've done so well to slow down that bleeding. And now for the side of Rebels, is there anything up and running? Well, okay, the death machine is out and maybe causing something, but Nexus still have 4 operators to bring it.
Yeah, Nexus really working with backup plans here. If they lose this hard point, they're making sure they've got the rotations towards P2 as well. And of course, the wealth of operators available to them. Going to use a couple here to try and garner some time away from the last remaining players from Rebels on the hard point. Vertex going to slide out though and actually pick up some time here. So Rebels still looking for this back 20 seconds. Wayward spawn comes through from Malzin. Might be able to catch a couple of players off guard, but you've already lost your players inside the hard point, down to a double kill from the Hunter drone from Legacy. Rebels now soaking up some time, and this is worst case scenario for Nexus towards this rotation. You've lost the roto towards P2. You've got 3 operators. You have to use them correctly. Break this hill almost immediately.
I wonder though, for Nexus, would you rather have used those operators when none were available for the side of Rebels? That would have been my play. You could have brought it in over towards P2 to try to solidify it. You could have won it there. You can still win it over towards P3 though, and that's where we're heading. Rebels also can win it over here, and Rebels are also starting to gain their operators. Who's going to use them better? That's what it's going to come down to. Magnus will find a couple of big pressure coming in. Rebels inside of the point, but this find from Mausen could be devastating. He only finds one. Naz can find another. Rebels are 30 seconds away.
Couple of operators already off the board here. Couple more still to go from Nexus. Excellence will find 2 through the front, but Legacy has the equalizers, can just basically turn and burn through the front of this hard point. No players pushing around the back now. It's all coming through the front.
He managed to get through the front. Zeo can find 2 though, just to rebuff them as best he can. Magnus needs to find the gunfight and does. Not quite everything is being invested from the side of Nexus, but Rebels have nothing left to roll with.
No way.
Dicey is going to be the guy that does something here. They've got to find a way through. They're not managing to get at that moment in time anything on the board. Legacy can find that gunfight on Excellence. Rebels hold it down. Is it going to be the game? Yes, it is. It's a big comeback from Rebels over towards P3. But it has to be said, it feels like a bit of a fumble from Nexus there.
It is.
Put themselves in a position to win that game. They had 4 operators the entirety of P2. They had that advantage, did not use it, and they get punished for it when the other side bring in theirs, which they were allowed to then build up because you didn't bring yours in and finish the game at P2.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see the end of that game again. Those last, like, what, 90 seconds or so with that rotation, basically, from P2 to P3. I talk about it so often on Summit Hardpoint. It is the single most important rotation on this map to get right. And you think about it from Nexus' perspective, right? Going into that penultimate hardpoint where you are up by, I want to say you're up by 30 points or so, right? You have a couple of ways to play that. You have 3 operators in the bank. You could basically full send it on that hardpoint if you really wanted to close things out there. Or alternatively, you can ensure you have the rotation towards P2, and the latter of those two things is definitely the easier of the two to pull off. The fact that they kind of don't even full send either of them, right? They kind of half-heartedly attempt both of those two things is what ultimately I think loses them the rotation. You just can't afford to lose roto like that, especially when you have the spawns at the beginning of P2. You have a massive elite divide going into that final hardpoint. Losing roto like that is not good enough. So Nexus will be definitely kicking themselves at the end of that game, especially as they have 4 players finishing with over 40 kills. But on the other side of the conversation, talk about performances from players that didn't really have a good first series of the day. Rebels were kind of pooping the bed, right? Against Undream, nobody was really doing that way. And now the likes of players like Magnus and Vertex, who maybe didn't have a good series versus Undream, actually coming out to play.
Yeah, I mean, definitely coming out to play, but I think, honestly, I want to give Rebels their credit for that one, especially the first rotation. They had like the strongest squad. Nexus headed into the third in the lead. When I think sometimes it is easy for me to say, because I know exactly who has their operators. But if you have 4, you can close it out at 2. You run the risk of a 1 or 2 gunfights losing you the spawns at 3. You had 4 operators available.
Yeah.
That's one of those moments where they'll look back on and go, oh, we had 4 and they had none. That's again, the teams don't necessarily know that in that given moment, but it will feel a little bit like a dagger when they do go back and watch that one and see how it did go down. But we're heading over towards Tunisia now. Hold the search and destroy. Might be my favorite mode and map combo, to be honest with you, at this moment in time in mobile. I absolutely love it. Every single time we come over towards this map, you always get something a little bit different. Let's see how things are going to go down between these two squads here in the search and destroy. If you're Nexus, hardpoints want to forget. Can you turn it around here on map number 2?
Yeah, Tunisia is always a fun one, and again, I think because it's so solidified in the map pool at the moment, you kind of know what to expect coming into it, right? I mean, the way that teams play things on the defense and even on the offense are pretty much set in stone, and really it comes down to the execution of solidified game plans off the start of this one. Here's one for you guys. Again, you've got player towards the back of the site. It's going to be excellence this time around. Utility will basically overwhelm. Trophy system doesn't stop enough of that going over the top. So almost immediately here, Rebels bully their way into the site. That rock is going down. So now here comes the retake from Nexus.
I think for Nexus giving up that back site, there's a lot of utility came over, so you may have lost somebody. Had someone been there, you lost a couple already though. Legacy, yeah, he's found his second. That should be the round there now with a 4 versus 2. Playing Atham. Bit wide, one-dimensional level of pushing. It's going to work out to find a kill on the Zeo. Atham now in a decent position. Shotgun shots are solid. 2 versus 2, but Magnus is there to pick up the pieces. Play now. We'll find Magnus. Now in a 1 versus 1. Legacy. We'll find another with a big flank. That's 3 kills for Legacy. And a round for Rebels. But nearly a 2 versus 4 from Nexus.
Yeah, it is just like Rebels, right? I mean, starting that round with the offense that they got, right, where they just managed to fully remove Excellence from the back, and there's really no resistance from Excellence whatsoever. The utility just kind of unseats him. He's not ready to take the fights in the fashion that, well, you probably should towards the back of the site. And again, we always talk about the fact that if you lose control of the site, it's very difficult to regain it. So Rebels really off the back of that initial end up taking the round away. Now we're seeing something different here, a bit of a slower approach at the start of this round for Rebels. You've lost first blood. Red Legacy peeks out towards B and gets punished for it. So now Rebels going to have to do this. How? Numbers, I don't think necessarily know it on site.
How is he just walking through the site? And how have Nexus got away with this? Naz will fall. Very passive setup from Nexus. Eventually will work out. Magnus now left in a 1 versus 4. I was like, am I delirious? 3 a.m. Am I just seeing things? Is Naz just walking through the middle of the site? Well, the answer was yes. Didn't find anything for it though. And Nexus looking to tie it up here on the more favored defensive side. Magnus will do very well to find this 1 versus 4.
Well, Magnus not really in that desirable position here. And he's just been able to walk into the side again. How does this keep on happening? How does this keep on happening? Surely a trade. Immediate trade? No, we're not going to do that? All right, I guess it's a delayed one, but it does come through. How on earth is Magnus allowed that much room to breathe?
It definitely seems like a bit of an oversight. But irrelevant, Nexus will win that one. I think, to be honest, I think Naz and Cole, when they find themselves in that position over towards A, is there maybe a little bit of a surprise that they aren't catching players where they would typically be sitting? Is it that maybe slightly off meta hold? You can see how tight they are. Yeah, Ethan, he's going to get picked off here. Potentially gets out though. That's the time where you just need an AR to maybe pick up the pieces, but Naz with the sniper isn't able to hit the shot. All of a sudden, Mounted is. Vortex will get taken down. Zio will find 1. 4 versus 4.
Trying to follow up with some more kills here are Rebels, and they're going to get it. Big frag from Magnus. The players that are technically on site from A are not on site really. A couple of kills do come through from Excellence though. Now Atham, who has his position revealed, looking to get it done with the R9. Not going to be able to do so there. Rebels just kind of waltzing their way into the site.
If I'm Rebels, I'm hitting A every single round here. Does not seem that Nexus have worked on the setup whatsoever. It's just very, very, very passive. And the advantage you have over towards A is there's 2 entrances from the attacking side, and they are both very narrow cuts. So you would think typically a hold does work there, but Rebels will choose to, well, push over towards B instead. Worked out the first time, can it work out the second? Play towards the back, a little bit tagged up. Gunfight going to come through. He's going to lose it. Excellence did find one just before that though, and they'll find a couple more. Nexus doing a little bit better over towards this B side. Infinitely better actually. Magnus left on his own in a 1 versus 3.
Yep. The first time able to actually defend the site here. Magnus is in a lot of danger. 50% HP. There's absolutely no chance of you actually walking away. And yeah, I mean, just a really well played offense there, or defense, excuse me, from Nexus, right? You kind of deal with the threat almost immediately from Rebels. They invested so much into that B here that as soon as they lose the couple of opening gunfights, well, it all falls apart there for Nexus, or for Rebels, excuse me, on the offense. So a couple of defensive round wins here for Nexus. Rebels figure, yeah, all right, we've had a lot more success over by A, so we're going to go back in that direction. And I just need to see Nexus lock things up a little bit safer here on the defense, right? You know what angles to watch. Just keep an eye on them so Rebels don't even really get a look at the site.
I was looking to try and find a pick, but again, with Nexus playing it this way, it's quite difficult to do so. That nade did hit Atham, and it did cause some damage, but not enough to seal the deal. Information gained though from both 2 teams, and you can already see that Nexus now setting up over towards A again. But once more, it's a free waltz onto the site. One player pushing up through the middle of the map. Vortex, if he can find this kill, will be huge. Mousing can hold it down though. 4 versus 4.
Yep, trades. Mousing finds a second. That's absolutely huge. Yeah, Magnus will trade things out, and this is okay. This is kind of stable somewhat. You haven't dealt with Atham, who sat in the corner. Doesn't exactly expect him to be on the right side, and that's unfortunate. Not quite expecting Atham to be sat right deep into the alcove there is the thing that fools them in the end. And again, things just... It's so weird to see both of these teams kind of trading mistakes, right? I mean, Rebels in that round just don't look that well put together on the offense. They're not hitting things at the same time. Just constantly trading between these 2 teams. It's Nexus who come out on top in that round. Now one more defensive round out from Nexus. This is very aggressive from Rebels.
Question over towards A, working out this time. Gunfight should be traded. Atham will find 1. That's a nice slide through from Blay, and he is going to be able to find that kill now. 3 versus 3. Rebels do get the bomb down. Can they hold it though? They've got information on 1 player. That's a nice nade towards the back from Zio. Lands right at the feet of presumably weak Blay. And now Mousley looking for the pick. Legacy, you don't want to offer him this opportunity. Naz will get dealt with. Now a 2 versus 2. Mousley, yeah, he's going to back on down. He's looking for the pick. Legacy just needs to stay alive here.
Where's the coverage through the cut? Where's Legacy's help?
You're watching.
How? How? Was Zio watching the flank? Because there's no players coming from the flank. Like, you should know that. in that situation, there is absolutely no reason to be watching the flank like that. I wasn't looking at Zio where he was watching on the map. I was solely focusing on the 1v1 from Magnus. But sorry, just like able to walk straight on the site. That frankly should not be happening, and stinks of miscommunication there from Rebels in that 2v2. So it's not a round that Rebels will be able to secure. Now on the defense though, hopefully their fortune is a little bit better. Smoked off is Naz, and again, it feels exactly similar to Excellence back in round number 1. We do not need to be going up the site so damn easily.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb now down. Next couple gunfights are massive. Nexus winning a couple. Magnus doing it all on his own. He will find 2. He will find one on the flank here as well. A little bit of a dangerous situation here. They're just falling like flies. All of a sudden, Excellence left on his own, and that will be a swift retake from Rebels. And plenty of the gunfights they needed to find. Nexus will get picked apart. It's been such a strange search and destroy, it feels, right? I mean, there's been multiple questionable setups on the defensive side from, well, Nexus on their defensive side. Rebels, we haven't really necessarily got too much of an opportunity to see yet. Setups as far as post plan go as well, not working out, but both these two teams. Nexus just about the ones reveling in the chaos, but this one is far from clear cut at the moment. A lot of utility over towards A, maybe the switcheroo from Nexus, but right now, just sitting passively.
Yeah, that's just some weird things going on. This is probably the weirdest Synercia search and destroy thing I've ever casted. Oh boy, it's been a strange one so far, and it's about to get even stranger. Nexus have lost first blood in this round. Their reaction is to kind of slowly crawl away towards B, licking their wounds. But so far, Sniper at the back of the map hasn't exactly been a successful strategy for either of these two teams. Nobody's really found any value whatsoever. Naz will find one. Good start. Now needs some more.
Nicely done. Oh, the third just wayward. Oh, and you know what? Excellent here. Just challenged again. Naz will say thank you very much. There is 3 from Naz. There is the round. Rebels.
But it's not over yet.
4 apiece now. Looking a little bit more assured on this defensive side. Nexus yet to really find an inroad.
Defend the objectives.
I just don't understand with this S&D. Once this S&D done, I don't think there's any analysis to really be done here. This has just been so weird from both of these teams. Naz wins that round though for Rebels. It's going to send Nexus into a bit of a spiral, right? Rebels even starting to take liberties with this. I mean, look how far pushed up Legacy is all the way through towards B side. This is something necessarily that Nexus are going to be expecting here. The reaction that, hey, maybe Rebels are going to start to run with this and get over aggressive, but still, it's not something necessarily that the Rebels are totally buying in. I mean, they're just taking the map control and not taking any more than that.
The line is being drawn quite high. The fact that Nexus were happy to sit back, expecting aggression to come out, but I mean, how aggressive do you want them to be? Excellence. It's going to be the first gunfight. Yes, it is. Legacy will get caught out on the flank over towards that B side, meaning Rebels have to send some resources over towards that side of the map. And yeah, there's going to be 2 players over here, and there's going to need to be. Nexus looking likely that they're going to head over towards B from mid and from the front side. Zio can somehow find that gunfight and get out. Surviving. Has a little bit of cover over towards the B site, and now all of a sudden Nexus look a little lost. As we'll find another. Ethan is there to answer back. 3 versus 3 now. Defensive side of Rebels. Holding tight. 25 seconds to go. Vortex will get taken down though. This should be B site under lock and key. You do have one player, and Naz back there though. He will back on down. They can get this bomb down now themselves. Magnus now over to help. It's 2 versus 3 in favor of Nexus.
Yep. Naz is still alive though, and he has actually found some value towards his backside. That is a huge snipe from Naz. It gives Rebels a couple of opportunities here. Nexus is now going to have to think about a lot of different entry points. Magnus has a Type 19 ready to go. Has to hit this at the same time as Naz though.
That's a big gunfight win for Magnus. Ethan will fall. Now Naz can push forward. He can find the gunfight against Dicey. It's a lovely retake from Rebels. It's a crumble from Nexus. And that's 3 rounds in a row on defensive side for the side of Rebels.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up.
Just brilliantly played from Rebels there in that defensively retake, right? I mean, again, the fact that Naz manages to open things going with the opening snipe.
Defend the objective. Bomb acquired.
And then just get the kills to follow up as well on the 2 versus 2. Really well played there from Rebels. It feels like we're starting to see a little bit more competent Call of Duty from these teams now. Now Rebels here on the defense once again, having to deal with smokes, trades galore off the start here. Magnus comes out on top though. Magnus definitely comes out on top now. And Magnus, oh my goodness me, 4 from Magnus, 5 from Magnus. That is an ace in the round. Rebels take the round off the back of Magnus. What is that?
Magnus, utter domination over towards A. Rebels will find the round and find themselves now on that point. And this is to go 2-0. Bearing in mind, they were 4-2 down, heading towards the defensive side, and they have been flawless so far. It's a Hail Mary from the side of Nexus. Legacy can find one if he finds anything else here, even getting out as a bonus. They do lose one gunfight. I think that's a sniper shot that comes through. Vortex on his way over just to try and slow them down, waiting on Magnus and co getting themselves over. Magnus has been dealt with though. Vortex though also dealt with. And now it's Legacy left in a 1 versus 3. Tough situation to be in. Needs to find a pick quickly. He ain't gonna find it. 6-5. Nexus somehow hold on. It's a big hit over towards B, and maybe when they just have a bit of conviction about themselves, Brody, they can get something done, but Rebels still only a round away from closing this map out.
Defend the objective.
It just feels like things need to be tightened up just ever so slightly for Nexus to force the overtime. Just a couple of changes and things would be totally different here for Nexus. Utility over the top is doing absolutely nothing to unsettle Naz though. He is standing resolute, waiting for the push from Nexus. Instead, they're going to change tact ever so slightly, but look at this whole defensive setup from Rebels. They have fully committed to a B hold here. The problem is, for me on Nexus on the offense, are they actually going to realize this in any meaningful amount of time? Because it's going to take a long time to check every single corner on A.
Rebels can get over here pretty quickly. I mean, just look, it's the positioning of Legacy that's allowing them to super commit back over towards A. He's pushed so far up and he finds excellence with the bomb. Naz will find another under play. The gunfight's there for Zio. Well, not necessarily one he had to take, but Magnus is there to pick up the pieces. Now it's a 4 versus 2. The bomb way back in the spawn. Time. Okay, well, there's enough of it. But Rebels, this is a situation you just surely cannot fumble. As Mausen will find Magnus lacking. Legacy getting aggressive, and the timing may not be on his side here as the shot's going to be there. No, they are not. And all of a sudden, that unwinnable situation for Nexus has become doable. 2 versus 2.
Got the bomb.
This round in on itself is a movie, mate. Just, what is going on? Rebels allowed to adapt to a free A site when they really shouldn't have been. 4 versus 2 brought down to a 2 versus 2. I have no idea what's going on in Mill. Nexus now translating themselves over by B. Naz is just spotting him out. Call has been made to Vertex now, ready to push.
Oh, Vertex can find only his 2nd kill, the search and destroy. Naz now going to be there towards the backside, and Vortex is there to clean up the round. Rebels will find it, and they will find themselves up 2-0 now in this series. Sensational work from Vertex to finally get himself on the board there, Brody. I mean, he had 1 kill heading into the final round, finds 2 to solidify it. I want to say a strange search and destroy, to say the least. Both these two teams not quite got the setup under lock and key just yet, but the difference maker this time around was Magnus. And he was plenty of kills, but I think for Vortex though, towards the back end, you know, you find those 2 kills to solidify it, and that's all you needed to do to make sure your team get it over the line.
Just a really weird search and destroy. Again, like we've said it multiple times throughout the S&D, but I don't think we've seen a weird search and destroy like that, where every single round had something either peculiar or just insane to offer. If it wasn't a 5k from Magnus, an ace in 1 round, it was players just kind of being able to waltz into the site like Daredevil walking down the street. It was really weird from both teams there, a multitude of different directions. And ultimately, the Rebels come out on top, and you said it. I mean, Magnus finishes that search and destroy with a colossal 16 frags to his name. And I think another thing that kind of made the difference there was that, you know, ultimately Naz did hold the B site a damn sight better than Nexus were doing on the defense, right? I mean, he actually found some value after the first round. The first round, I was just like, oh boy, this is going to be the same thing now for Rebels as it was for Nexus on their defense. But yeah, I think Naz just started to figure things out and, managed to get control of the B site time and time again. So Rebels ever so slightly better. Not much in it, but ever so slightly better. It's going to give them 2 series.
Big comeback map number 1, and then all of a sudden you have found yourself, well, with a bit of a comeback in map number 2 as well. Look, they were 4-2 down, heading into their own defensive side, end up winning it 7-5. So a really, really good defensive hold. And what's the defense going to be like here when we go over to control? We're going back over towards raid, which I think for Nexus, you just got 3-0'd on, and now you're 2-0 down on. You're going up against Rebels, who seem to be doing something. You're in a really, really difficult position if you're Nexus here.
Yeah, look, here's what I'll say about this, right? Coming into this is that, again, I mentioned it at the top of the series, right? Is that ultimately, I don't expect the same kind of competence that we saw from Alex out of Rebels in this. And that's, not me knocking Rebels, right? Like, Rebels are still a pretty good team. They've shown that, not just in the series, but even, in a couple of moments in the series versus Undream, even though it was a total whopping. I think it is just so difficult to pull off a perfect raid control for whatever reason. Like, we just don't see it out of teams that I don't necessarily expect it out of Rebels in this game. And so therefore I think things do look kind of different for Nexus from that perspective, at least, right? Where it's just like, hey, you're not going to have to deal with the same kind of map control from Rebels, or at least you don't expect that you have to do it. For me, the question is whether Nexus are going to take any lessons away from that raid control, right? I mean, are they going to actually adapt by putting players in those same kind of positions? Because they didn't on their defense, right? That they weren't adapting in that same way. So we'll see. But ultimately, it is going to be a raid control here to potentially close out the series. If Nexus don't win this map ton, they'll not just be DFR'd, they won't win a single map in this Snapdragon Pro Series challenge season, which would be disappointing.
We'll be trying to make sure that does not happen. Nexus into this one now. Rebels, the ones firmly in the driving seat. And it's a big hit over towards A to kick things off here. The benefit, though, I suppose the side of Nexus, you have had some experience on this map today. And this kind of pick did work out for you. Nexus can find a few moments to the middle of the map with the snipers. Trying to get something now going over towards this A side. Is it going to work out? Not quite. Legacy is there for 2. Back and forth so far.
For Nexus here on the defense, oh my goodness me. Dicey going huge. That's also Blade with another kill here, or Nexus, excuse me, on the offense. That's going to buy a lot of time and space for Nexus now off the respawn to hit over towards A. You've got a sniper in play on respawn. Hello, Mausin with the Tundra. Hello, Mausin with the Tundra. Goodness gracious. Tracking a player through the smoke as well. Zio is probably not alone for this world. He'll actually find a bit of value in the backline here and somehow still hasn't been dealt with. Finally will be, but that is a lot of progress on B here.
They've done quite well to bring this back, though. Mausin just about surviving. The Rebels have forced them away. And these next couple of kills are really important for both these two teams. If you're Nexus, you need them just to get onto B and extend this round. You're going to. B should be locked in now. You have a 7 life advantage heading into their push over towards A. You got 2 minutes and 3 seconds to do it. You're fumbled by Nexus if they don't manage this attacking round.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Oh, a massive life differential between these two teams right now. What is this? 7 lives now between the two. It is shrinking ever so slightly, but really that is a massive problem that Rebels are going to have to face here for the remainder of this round. A couple of kills do come through from Vertex, though. That's pretty big. And if Rebels can get a couple more and then start to get some serious map control, they'll be right back into this thing. But at this point, Nexus can kind of just play this, baiting out Rebels into unfavorable positions, overwhelming them in power positions as well. Nexus, they have all the win conditions to take down this control round.
I think if you're Rebels, if you could even just bait out a couple of these operators, that would be wonderful. But in a 10 versus 3, I don't think Nexus will be tempted into it. I mean, they don't bring that out their operators at the best of times anyway, Brody. So I don't think they're going to do it now. Good shots coming in. Excellence. We'll take down Naz, and all of a sudden, only 2 players left from the side of Rebels, and Nexus should just walk this one home, no problem. I don't see what I mean. It wasn't too bad of an effort from Legacy at one stage during this. How is he still going? Legacy will find 3 and mix it a 1 versus 4. It went from the realms of impossible to doable. Now, if you're Nexus, do you do anything about this? No, you do not. Mausin will make sure to solidify the round. But Legacy got very close to something quite generational there.
Yeah, that would have been phenomenal. But ultimately, I think Nexus just built up such a massive life advantage there that it was kind of difficult to fumble. And now you've kind of done something, right, that's very difficult, generally speaking, to pull off, right? You've won an offense in control. So that kind of bodes well for Nexus in this one. Of course, now you've got more operators to talk of going into the start of this round as well. This is an early investment coming out from Excellence. They want to kind of put their foot down at the start of this round, but the Sparrow doesn't really do anything. Now on the other side, Rebels exploding at the start of this round as well. Magnus really want to put his best foot forward here. And if I'm Nexus, I just give up B. I'm done here.
Yeah, you give it. You got to give that. Although they don't, and they find the kills. So who are we to judge? Dicey will find one through the middle of the map as well after finding something over towards the kitchen side. And if you are Rebels, you've had to slow down ever so slightly over towards B. You can see Nexus are happy to give this one up, but it's allowed them some time to set themselves up in the middle of the map. And well, get gunned if you're Dicey. I think I'm going to try and hold this down. But I will say, look, as far as control maps go, it's one of the easier to attack on, is right. As well find a gunfight through the middle of the map as well. Just slowly trying to get a bit of kitchen control. A lot of weak members of Nexus, and right now they're 5 lives. Make it 6, 7 lives down. There's plenty of operators to play with on both sides of things. But it's kind of one of those moments now. If you are Nexus, do you twist? Do you go for it just to see if you can actually defend this, or do you give it up? If you're Nexus, do you use yours to solidify? A couple of different options for these teams.
Massive life advantage here for Rebels, and they've just taken out the one set of kills that could have potentially stopped Rebels from winning this round. I think really the only difference now in this round for me is whether or not it's going to be a win condition of the lives or the ticks. Of course, we can't call it a foregone conclusion just yet, but it would be very difficult to imagine Nexus coming back into this round now. There is still kind of an ace in the hole. You've got 4 operators inside. Do you want to use that in an 8 versus 16? No, that's a kind of whole conversation in on itself. And as these lives continue to go down, as one investment coming out from play, I think as that claw goes awry, don't do anything else here. Just give the round up.
You found 3 here. Oh,
what?
Find more than that. Hold on a second. Now you get tempted. Now you get very tempted. Because that is a full wipe. You have time to set up. Rebels do have time on their side. Mausen with some great shots. 8 versus 4. Needs to survive though, and that's the thing. You just cannot make any mistakes. You can't die at all in that scenario. 8 versus 3. 8 versus 2. Rebels will be able to get this round done outside of a monumental hold from Aetham and Blade. Just getting picked apart. There's just nowhere to run. Rebels will get the round, not without a tiny scare there, Brody, but it's one of those moments where you've got too much time to then try and pick them apart.
Yeah, and I'm glad Nexus didn't pull out any more than the one operator. Right? I'm actually kind of glad they just bring one operator in, right? They're just like, look, let's try it. Let's see if we can make some kind of heroic play with the claw. If we do, then maybe there's something to talk about here. But I think as soon as that claw goes all right, Nexus, just do not put anything more into this round. Now you've got operators for this round, and that was absolutely the right play call off the start of this. You're finding value with equalizers. You're finding value with the War Machine Ton. This is perfect from Nexus off the rip.
Yep, and that's what you wanted to do. You made sure you didn't invest too much into what was the lost round. You are now investing everything into something that now looks very, very winnable. For the side of Rebels, at what stage do you turn around to try and answer back with? Well, you give up B. And I'd imagine we're going to see Rebels probably call something in when they get a moment they feel it is right to do so. Zia now going to set himself up, and yeah, okay, you've had all this time. Get a hold of B. Nexus, do you have that life advantage? Not too much of it, but do have a plethora of time to push over towards the safe side.
And Rebels have time to think about how they want to play. This is a pretty early investment from Naz on the Annihilator, and actually going to get shut down by Mausen on the cross as well. So that's an investment that really does result in absolutely naught for Rebels. Nexus now starting to push the issue around the backline as well. Technically speaking, Rebels have the numbers in this situation. I would not be pushing so individualistically as well. If I'm Nexus, you're getting picked apart right now. And Rebels are starting to play this perfectly. Look at player number 5. You've got Zio towards bedroom side. You've got players in the middle map as well. Rebels are trying to spread themselves here across the map and force Nexus to spawn out as far as humanly possible. I like how aggressive Rebels are getting here, right? Because if you go down, you're going to get a chance at respawning.
Legacy choosing to bring in the operator. The equalizers are out, and yet he's going to look towards the spawn, especially when Naz finding a couple of kills. And now this is absolutely disastrous. Yeah, the time is starting to run down on the equalizers. Doesn't find anything with it, but has found himself in a good position. Mausen does see him though. Gets a little bit of backup from Zio, but the gunfight here is hard to win. Ethan will get taken down, but Rebels have put this back into a decent position for themselves. There's one player on the side of Nexus that does seem to have slipped the net still. You can see that Naz is looking for Blair, but now corners have to be checked by Mauser. They are not before Magnus can find one, though. Excellence will find one under Vortex, and all of a sudden, a little bit of mid-map control and potential here for Nexus.
Those equalizers, we'll talk about those in a second, folks, because I think it might be a thing that ends up doing some serious damage to Rebels. Zeo comes through for a couple of kills, though, with the Death Machine. Mausin just trying to play his life here. If they could deal with the Death Machine, that's great. But Zeo might well find some more value here. Does exactly that. That's 3 kills from Zeo. 25 seconds on the clock now. At the very least, Rebels have been dealt with on the front line. Pushed back all the way towards that point. But as you said, 20 seconds on the clock here. Nexus have got to go.
The big player is going to be Naz. Up in bedroom, he can find one, gets taken down, so now you only have one direction to worry about if you are on Nexus. Vortex can find it 5 versus 5. Big gunfight win coming in from Blair. Magnus is actually going to invest in one machine here, so you're going to be super careful if you're the side of Nexus. Zeo no, going to find the Hunter Killer, and it is all exploded into life, but into life for Rebels, and death only for Nexus. No time on the board. They clutch up when needed. The operators used well. Rebels 2-1 to the good.
You say operators used well. Rebels are really lucky there. Like, really lucky that they have one operator and a Predator missile still to go at the end of that game. Because there was an Annihilator, I think it was, an open steps from Naz that did nothing. There were equalizers from Legacy that did nothing as well, right? I mean, they were just kind of roaming around the base. Like, Rebels right now just kind of fumbling at points, but they still win the round regardless. They are very lucky that they walk away victors of that round. Now they've just got to win one more offense and they are done here. That is an opening wave of gunfights as well that could not have gone better for Rebels. Nexus push all the way back towards the spawn, and this is a very fast beat stack coming through. Players starting to push up towards Laundry though. Maybe split investment. You've got to be careful of players coming through the map. Nobody is watching it. Look at 3 on the minimap. Dice is just able to run straight through, but does get dealt with. And now for Nexus here, I think you might be lost out on B.
It's looking that way. See the sort of tight setup coming in from Nexus. In and around it. Gunfights going down the middle of the map. They're working out in Rebels' favor as well. 23-20. The thing is for Nexus, I feel like their operator is going to be coming up a little earlier. They already have 3 to play with, 2 on the side of Rebels, and you'd imagine there's going to be some more in the back pocket if needed. But right now, you are kind of being pressed back into your spawn. Zeo trying to find a gunfight on the Mausen. Can't quite find it, but Naz can. Annihilator is out over towards the basketball court, and he's just trying to dominate. Can't find it, though. Rebels were in a really nice spot. That's a big investment for very, very little. Nexus have a lot to play with here.
Not ways to play this one. Do not fumble this. You're taking a lot of individual fights at the moment. 2 players sat inside kitchen. Getting picked off slowly but surely. Dicey needs to play his life now and wait for a little bit of help from Mauzin. Nexus still trying to hold on here on the defense. And again, they've got one player pushed all the way up towards A. It's a slow capture coming through from Legacy, but they get shut down. Big wins inside bedroom though for Rebels. Again, this is kind of a victory you take. You're starting to win gunfights around the flank here in Zeo. Now pushing forward with the Death Machine.
Oh, that's huge for Excellence. To find that now with the Sparrow. Makes it 12 versus 8, so doable for the side of Nexus. Mausen can find another. And now for Rebels, it's probably a case of slowing down. You've got 1:14 to go. A lot's been invested. Magnus is going to call out his one machine. Gets nothing. Mausen will find 2 with his. That's the big moment that Nexus maybe needed.
Nexus firing on all cylinders now, trying to solve the problem that is this round. Couple of players potentially to deal with on the flank from Rebels. This is a 3-2 split from the Rebels squad. Nexus need to win these opening engagements. That is a solid start from Ethan, but are they going to recognize these players coming through basketball and elbow? There's the latter gone. Basketball needs to go huge. Legacy can't find anything. Rebels are losing all the crucial gunfights here across the map. This stinks of round 5.
It's looking that way. I was about to say as well, Legacy does have the equalizers to use. Next gunfights pretty much decide the round. Play now going to get challenged. Isn't going to lose that. Zeo. Oh, Legacy he's pulled the equalizers out to try and win it. And I'm not too sure about that one, Chief. 4 versus 2. If he finds that kill, would have been a 4 versus 3, but Naz on the backside. 7 seconds to go. You've got to run. You've got to go fast. You're not going to get there in time. Nexus are going to hold this one down, and with operators still in the back pocket, will force a round number 5. Those are some of the most questionable equalizers I've seen called in from Legacy.
What? Why? What do we? What? Look. just you could use those equalizers here, right? Especially because Nexus now have two operators. I mean, yeah, sure, use them early, but just don't use them in a 4 versus 7 when you don't have the kills to back that up. Now you're facing down 2 operators on the other side. This has to be a solid start from Rebels with those opening gunfights. For the most part, it is, but flanking play gets shut down. That's a Predator missile investment from Mauser that honestly, I kind of respect. You now have information as to where these players are. The comm is made. Is the kill? Yes, it is. Nexus, this is a phenomenal start for this round 5 defense, and you're getting more operators on the board as well.
And now you can start pushing forward. You found those kills in the middle of the map. You're starting to find more. And Rebels are on the back foot now. 2 operators available. I think if I'm Rebels, I'm just trying to pick up what pieces I can here. Find some gunfights. Get a little bit of breathing room. No operators on the table whatsoever from the side of Rebels. They will start coming up very, very shortly. Gunfights were going their way. Mausen just seems to be a constant thorn, doesn't he? He's been doing really well. 33 kills to his name. Here comes the Sparrow here, preemptively from Nexus. And that feels like what the difference has been. Bringing it out at good moments. Excellent. We'll only find 1 with it, though. Lexi is able to find that kill back. But right now, it's a touch over towards B from the side of Rebels that will continue to extend this round.
It's slow progress. At this point in the getting around, honestly, I would say that Rebels need to focus on capturing one of these points. Naz finds a couple of kills, and that's a good start. But even at this point in time, they are split. You look at 2 players trying to make their way to open steps. Dicey's going to deal with both of them, and it leaves just a couple of players isolated towards B. It's not really fast enough for a solid hit, but now I think as that kill comes through from Legacy, it should be a pretty fast, aggressive hit from Rebels. That's going to be B gone. An extra 60 seconds on the board here. So they've been thrown a lifeline. Nexus no better than to challenge that. A 4-life differential here, Tunt. Nexus will be feeling pretty damn confident. So confident, as a matter of fact, that they're setting themselves up for the spawn trap.
The thing is, though, I was about to say Rebels operators are going to be coming online very shortly. And just like that, 2 little lights popped up in the top left corner, but they found absolutely nothing with it so far. Magnus will have the War Machine. The claw is already out from the side of Vortex to try and find something. But Mausen has got a War Machine in your spawn, and that's bad news. Oh, this might now be a 13 versus 7. Are you being just dealt with in the worst possible way? Mauser has brought this in. This has been a difference of operators, and Nexus are the ones doing the job. You were 2-1 down. You brought this one back. We got our first map 4 of the entire night incoming. Blair will finish it off. Nexus just better with their operators.
Yeah, I mean, that is the key differentiating factor. We'll see it in the replay package here in just a second, folks. But I mean, the operators from Rebels, I can only describe as at multiple points in that game, very poor. Just straight up, like there were just multiple points where we saw individual plays that just were questionable at best. It's so many questions of like, why are you using your operator at this point in time? Like, sometimes the theory is there, the execution is just very far from being correct. And I think you pointed out, right, where it's just like Nexus, yeah, sometimes the actual moments they bring the operators out are questionable, but like they'll always find some value in it. But for whatever reason, Rebels could just very rarely find any value. I think there was 1 death machine in the middle of the game. This is actually a hit from Zio where he finds 3 kills and provides enough space, and that play I think might have actually won that round for Rebels. But really outside of that, I mean, equalizers, you cannot waste them at the extent that Legacy was doing in that game. Annihilator, you can't waste it the amount of times we were seeing Naz do it in that game as well. And again, like, you know it as well. Like, players will go back and they'll watch this VOD and they will understand that operators is where they lost that game. So Rebels, I think, deservedly losing that round 5. However, just to take this time while we're on the stat boards to give a shout out to Mausen, who with 39 kills, by the way, was doing that with a sniper rifle for the majority of that game. I don't know if you realize it or not, but he was walking around with the Tundra.
Doing a lot of very solid work for the side of Nexus. Yeah, I think I kind of lean in with what you were saying. Legacy may well have had a decent game of 34 and 32, but a couple of different occasions. I'm thinking especially that one where they went like a 3 versus 10 and he pulls out the equalizers.
So to be fair, it was I want to say it was like a 4 versus 7, right? So it's not like an egregious call, but like if you're gonna do it, I'm fairly certain it was only like a 4 versus 7 or something like that. Like it was an obtainable situation. It was just like the execution was very poor. Like you have no help in that situation. Like you're only getting 1 with equalizers. Just cannot happen. Now I'll say, you know, we always go back to this, right? At the end of the day, it's not like Ton and I would actually do any better, right? Like it's really, we would go into these games and we would get slammed. Now mainline COD, very different story, right? You get me and Hacienda hardpoint on mainline in Black Ops 6, you'd get smoked. But COD Mobile, probably not happening. But still, I mean, we can sit here and we can say kind of what went wrong there for Rebels. It was pretty obvious. Nexus, though, signs of life, mate. They seem to be alive in this series.
We can say what we want, though. That's what we're employed to do, right?
We get paid for it, yes.
You know, the criticism has to be there. There was definitely been some shoddy plays made by both these two teams, but it is Rebels, the one who are in the lead. But we are going to be coming up for map number 4 here, Brody. And I'm trying to remember, you've just said exactly what it was, and I'm completely forgotten already. Hacienda coming out. Okay, right. So based on what we said in map number 1, I mean, it was pretty close. Nexus could definitely force the map number 5 here. How are we feeling about that? Because as far as operators go, so much better from the side of Nexus to maybe close that out in the control, but that's maybe where they struggled in map number 1.
Yeah, map number 1 was a really weird one, right? I mean, it was a really close game. Ultimately, it came down to what was a 16-point differential in the closing moments, and the only real reason that Nexus even lost that game was because they fumbled it, right? I mean, they literally fumbled the end of the game. They lost the final rotation in. So, theoretically speaking, Nexus should actually be 2-1 up in the series right now, had they not fumbled the end of map number 1. So hey, look, Nexus, you've got something in this series to talk about, I think, coming into this Hacienda hardpoint. Fundamentally, I don't think anything was particularly wrong there, apart from that ending, right? Apart from that final moment, apart from not really focusing on the rotation towards P2. Everything was kind of fundamentally correct from both of these two teams. So I'm not expecting like anything too particularly special here coming into this Hacienda hardpoint. Just, I think the thing I will say about Hacienda is it's the hardpoint map more than any other hardpoint map in Call of Duty Mobile that you need to get your rotations properly. Like, this is a really punishing map if you don't rotate correctly, because it really does fling you from one side of the map to the other for every single rotation. So just something to bear in mind, I think, for these teams. You gotta make sure you rotate properly for key rotations.
Let's see if they are going to rotate properly on Hacienda. We should be loading in just a second. P2 is the real money maker, but yeah, Rebels will be, I want to say they'll be nervous, yeah, because they were 2-1 up in that control. It felt like they were in control of the round in particular, that they did actually lose to send it to the round number 5 and then lost the round number 5 pretty convincingly. So let's see how it is going to go down when we jump into this Hacienda. But yeah, it's been a strange all night of COD Mobile. The kind of the results did go the way we expected in the first 2 games to a certain degree, but now here we are. We knew this would be a close one, and has been. I'm still really not sure which way this one goes, Brody. It could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, it could. At the end of the day, like, this is just so difficult to call. Again, especially considering how close map number 1 was, right? Like, it's so difficult to call how this one is going to go. Ultimately, both of these teams are relatively closely matched. I mean, you know, we go back to the kind of what the series has looked like so far. To break this down for you guys, it was a 250 to 234 summit hardpoint in favor of Rebels. Then it was a 7-5 search and destroy on Tunisia in favor of Rebels. We just saw a raid control that ended 3-2 in favor of Nexus. So it's been a super close series between these two teams. It's about more or less what we expected. Again, you know, going back to kind of the start of the day, Rebels, they didn't really do anything versus Undream because of the fact that Undream were just so much better. So yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm just I don't know.
Just waiting for map number 4.
Just waiting for map number 4. I'll just wait for map number 4. I hope everybody in the COD Mobile chat is having a wonderful night. I know, what time is it in America right now? Is it like 9 o'clock?
It's multiple times in America.
Oh yeah, I forgot they've got more than one time zone over there in America.
It's a big place. It's a big old place.
It's a big place. It is a huge place. I can't wait to get into the farm, mate. It is going to be Hacienda. Hacienda is always a really fun one to cast. I think, just like, again, we go back to the rotations, and the rotations are like so crucial. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it's
okay.
I don't know. I get delirious for you. It's crazy.
Apparently so. We'll probably do this. One of us is being professional, at least, anyway. But hopefully
I'm sorry, guys.
Hopefully we are going to be jumping into map number 4. Not too sure what the delay is. Both the two teams should be are pretty much ready to go. So hopefully we'll be jumping in really shortly. But I think for both these two squads, I mean, it's a do or die, right? For Nexus, you've got to find this map number 4. If I'm Rebels, I don't want to be going to map number 5 now. Not even remotely. You were 2-0 up. The search and destroy was relatively close to a certain degree.
Yeah.
See how it's going to go down. We'll try and find out what's going on with loading into this next map, because we definitely should have been in by now, but hopefully the teams are Oh, okay. Well, I'm hearing what potentially could be the case. I think I've been told we are going to go to a break. Yeah. So some of the players are just getting ready to go into map number 4, but that is going to be coming up on the other side of this break. We'll see you soon.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Guys, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are hopefully going to be loading into map number 4 of this elimination match between Nexus and Rebels here in, well, the very first group day of the NA side of things here in the challenge bracket, Brody. I mean, how we're not in yet, I'm not too sure. But we have had a very, very good series on our hands. We've got 2-3 of slammings, both these two teams on the wrong end of them, and then a close series between them. It's kind of how it was written.
It's been a fun series so far, and I hope you guys are ready for yet another yap session, because that's what you're about to get. Yeah, we're just waiting for map number 4 to get underway here. Again, it's going to be a Hassie and a Hardpoint, and this series has been a tumultuous one so far, for sure. Oh my god, I've never been so happy to see the Hassie and the loading screen in my life. I've seen it a lot. It's been a really weird series so far. A really close Summit Hardpoint to kick off this best of 5 that really should have gone Nexus's way. And then, of course, that Tunisia search and destroy that went all the way to a round 12. Tunisia, of course, that went Rebels' way. But are they about to blow a 2-0 series lead? They just lost the raid control ton, so Hassie and a Hardpoint, they could close things out here. They could go to a game 5.
Let's see how things are going to go down. It really has come down to operators many different occasions, as it so often does in COD Mobile. And who is really going to be the one to put down the pedal to the metal, I suppose, when it really does matter? That is going to be the difference maker here in these two teams. It has been all the way through. Mausen's been a huge difference maker. I wonder what he could do with an actual AR, but so far the sniper pistol seems to be working wonderfully. Nexus in control of P1.
I just don't think, I mean, like, I've seen it a few times, right? Like, I don't think this is normal play, right? Mausen coming in and respawns using the sniper rifle. I don't even know what to say, mate. Regardless, Nexus hit off the rip are going to win the vast majority of the gunfights, and you can kind of lose track of P1 times, something we want to talk about, right? Very, very easily. So, Nexus just getting a lot of time with the back of P1. Rebels, you want to be careful about the fact of losing a lot of P1 time. They will finally get the kills for the back 5 to 10 seconds here. Now starting to knock at the door of the rotation as well. One player has kind of snuck behind enemy lines. That's player number 4 in Magnus, but they get, or Naz, excuse me, they get dealt with. And that's a gunfight that you really didn't want to lose if you're Rebels.
Oh, you don't want to lose those either. Excellent's doing a fantastic job. And now that's going to put the pressure on, give you some information. Turn around, boys. In the spawning car park, they're coming up the ramp. Right now, Magnus is the only one who can answer back. Legacy there alongside of him, but just like you guys at home know, this is a map pick for Nexus. They are feeling confident on this one. It's about picking your best maps. Well, is that maybe the case here? Vortex will find 3, though. Is that a potential breakthrough for the side of Rebels? With 35 seconds remaining, not going to happen. Lockdown from Nexus.
And you can fight this one from the front, watching those back driveway spawns. Smoke's really the only thing that can enable players to get through. Early investment of the War Machine coming out from Nexus as well. Everything is being thrown at this hard point from Nexus and Rebels. I think with even 15 seconds left, this is something you generally speaking don't see. Actually just going to rotate straight away towards the fences hard point. And the reason you don't generally speaking see teams go for a heavy investment rotation towards fences is because fences is always a super messy hard point. So for Rebels to do this, it kind of goes to show how much dire straits they're in right now. They're down by 60 points. They want a lot of time off this hill.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they didn't have the choice. Maybe they didn't have the choice of it being able to find that push. Nexus with a wonderful setup that has led to them having about a 50-point lead. Good hold so far from Rebels. They are going to find the majority of the kills. Blade was the only one who could find anything with the Hellstone that was brought in. Legacy, though, is able to transfer back, gets traded. Operator is now in use for the side of Rebels, so they should be able to make something happen here. Dicey's going to find the one, though, here with a Purifier. And that's now a dangerous position to be in. Magnus, though, it's a War Machine through the front door that will deal with it. Rebels just about holding, but here come Nexus. They will find a few kills, answering back as Rebels. Scrappy one so far, but Rebels just about holding on to the tight.
Rebels are actually getting a lot more time here than I kind of gave them credit for a ton. It really does feel like they've been able to keep Nexus at bay, and Nexus trying to find their way through, but it feels just a little bit too individual. How about that for a hardpoint hold towards Fence's side? Nexus walk away with about 5 to 10 seconds, and that's really about it. Rebels walk away with a chunk of time that, generally speaking, you don't see teams get on Fences, so they'll be very happy with that. Surely they don't walk away with a look at the rotation as well. Surely this does not happen. AFM is keeping an eye on that cut, and well, they most certainly won't. So Nexus, now the first team in towards new. We see the equalizers coming out from AFM. This has to be a good investment.
Oh, he's going to have to find 3 players in front of him in a second. Let's see how much can he find. He can find nothing. Naz will beam him. Blaze the only one who can answer back with something. Claw's still up and running. We'll find a second before falling. So big investment coming in from Nexus here. But, well, not a great deal. Kind of got a bit of a 50-50 split here. Legacy doing some really good work, waiting for the rest of the team to come, doing better to find the third. Play will find 2B's own, back and forth, looking like Rebels are just about on the right side of these trades, and yes, they are. War Machine out now from Mousing. Just find something. Yeah, okay, you want to win the gunfights? Yeah, no problem. I've got a grenade launcher. There is 3. Where's the riposte from the side of Rebels, though? Have you got anything to bring back in? Doesn't look like it. Nexus in control.
Nexus, not for long though. Rebels come through for 4 gunfights. Now make that 5 in a row. They win those trades for the back 10 seconds or so. So Nexus could have probably got a lot more time at the back of that hard point, but in the end they are not able to do so. Now Rebels starting to fight back a bit. I was a little bit concerned after the second hard point in this game time that Nexus were going to start to run away with it and we were looking straight down the barrel of a game 5, but that has not happened. Rebels have got back into the conversation. Really, I want to say, like, over the last 60 to 90 seconds or so, they've actually outslayed Nexus by a fair amount as well. Everybody's starting to step up just that a little bit more, and now Nexus in control of P1, but for how long? Rebels, again, they are winning these fights. They want to get back into this game.
Should be able to get some decent time there. Got the P2 spawns for the moment. A little bit of a rogue one there. The side of Aetham, he will be dealt with pretty much immediately. Still some good time going Rebels' way. Mauser to find 2 though. XM4 has been out for Mauser a little bit more rather than just the sniper, but Nexus can pick up this final 50 and it's not too bad of a job because then you're going to be heading over towards P2. Big gunfight going on there. It's actually going to be won by Mauser again. So these rotational gunfights always seem to be going the way of Nexus. Rebels need to find a way in once again.
Capture the objective.
Nexus are going to be the first team to touch, but what on earth was that spawn? What did I just see? I swear I just saw Legacy spawn up right next to a player from Nexus on the minimap. Now pushing through the front of the hard point though. Rebels, they want control. Vertex utilizing the claw to his best efforts, but going to get shut down there by Blade. So trades now starting to come through. Excellence with the immediate investment of the Sparrow in towards this hard point as well. Investment galore from both sides. It's so difficult to deal with a Purifier on the other side of the smoke. And in the end of the kerfuffle, it is going to be Rebels in control. Still more operators to play out as well. That's 3 consecutive operator investment from Rebels. They know they want to hold on to this hill ton.
Mauser is consistently bringing that War Machine out and it is causing absolute havoc. He managed to kill himself with it though. Magnus has got his out. We haven't seen much value from Magnus's at all. Finds nothing. But ultimately, Rebels will be still in control of this point. Only 2 players remaining on this side though. Legacy trying to hold it down with his teammate. Can't find too much over towards the water side. But it looks like it is going to be given. So lead for Rebels, which kind of feels like the first time, right? But Nexus, we're heading over towards P3. They are the ones with the potential to do something here. Operators in hand. There is 2 of them. And those kills, also 2 of them over towards this new hill, are going to help them establish a decent setup. Nexus looking to try and answer back and do what Rebels did to them over towards P3 last time.
Last time around, Rebels did get a full 40 or 50 points on this hard point. It basically got them back into this game. Nexus now will be fighting for this one. Split spawns coming in from both of the teams as well. They can be a little bit zesty on this hard point, but Rebels are winning the vast majority of the gunfights once again, and now Nexus will be spawning out towards that garden side. Rebels should know it. They've just got to win the gunfights, but that's not exactly going well. Nexus are fighting back, but again, wonky spawns starting to come through. Keep an eye on Zio.
Keep an eye on how these operators are going to kind of play out. Zio is going to find a way through. 15 seconds to go here, and Nexus now going to spawn up towards the opposite side of the map. Can they do anything about this 10 seconds? It looks that way. Naz on his way over as the rest of the team trying to defend that time. It's such a close game. Nexus had like pulled out a decent lead after the first couple of hills. Since then, it's been a very even game. Operator's going to be massive over towards this next hill, and well, Nexus have a full pocket full, don't they?
Yep.
Magnus going to try and find a way through. Legacy on the other side of things. It's just a bit of a pinch that was potentially set up there for the side of Rebels to succeed. Aetham and Coda dropping everything in here. Should be able to find something with the Equalizer. Does so. Excellence also bringing in the Sparrow. And this is just going to spell trouble for the side of Rebels. Aetham should clean up. This is good time for Nexus. A lot invested to try and find it. Rebels have nothing to answer back with right now. Nexus just rolling with the punches.
Yeah, and again, they still haven't invested all that much in towards this hard point, right? You've still got 3 operators left to go. Now we're finally going to see one coming out from Dicey. It's only not going to get anything, actually, with the operator whatsoever. On the other side, Magnus is finding value with the War Machine. Is that the in for Rebels, potentially in towards this hard point? No, the melee from Play will hold on towards this time for Nexus. Still 15 seconds, valuable time worth grabbing if you are a Nexus. And that really could split the difference between these two teams as we go further and further in towards this time. Legacy comes through for 3, though. Is that enough? For Blay on the other side, no, he's going to find 3, and Nexus will walk away with that time. So now, a 42-point difference going into the third and final set of rotations here. Time Rebels looking for a wealth of time on P1 to try and close the gap, but that is going to be a lot to ask for.
I think the thing is, though, is Nexus have invested their operators every single time over towards P4, and it is working for them. Now, if you're Rebels, you have to invest over towards P1 because you need to find some time, but is it the best place to really put that investment down? Probably not, and Nexus know that. You either stick or you twist. If Rebels stick and don't use their operators, is it going to be an opportunity for Nexus to build up their own themselves? If for Rebels, if you don't use them now, you have to make sure something happens over towards P2. It's a risky game to play. 25 seconds remaining here over towards P1. Still time for the side of Rebels. Bowsen can find 2 to maybe slow that down. They can get it within touching distance. If they can hold this time, they're not going to be able to. 15 seconds remaining here. It's all about this rotation over towards P2. Can Rebels find it?
That's the question for me. Rebels, again, they have held this in the past, but players down for the count. Nexus now going to be in control. Do Nexus realize where Rebels are spawning? That's the question for me. Generally speaking, they're kind of used to players spawning in the back line. Now that will be the case, but they haven't dealt with all the threat around the front here. So Rebels knocking at the door now from both of the sides of the hard point. Now starting entrance in as well. Haven't dealt with everybody, but there goes Dicey. Rebels now fighting this one from the front. This is exactly what you wanted if you're Rebels.
It's all going to be on the operators who can find value. You can see already Mausen, he brought it out and didn't find anything. Mausen only actually finding the one, but everybody else trying to find a way through. It's going to be the big kills coming through from Rebels. 35 seconds remaining. Excellence did not use this operator, but nothing being used by Rebels either. Rebels holding this down, if only momentarily. Bit of a pinch being set up here, coming through the side door is going to be Aetham. Excellence working together with him as well. And now it's time for Rebels to bring in everything you possibly can, because Nexus can win it at P2.
They still can. Now they cannot. We will have to go towards the next hard point regardless of what happens. Vertex investment in towards this time to try and take out the last remaining player. And to be fair, that time is kind of worth it for Rebels, right? That could definitely split the difference, especially as we go towards this next hard point again. I'll keep on saying it, Ton. This is a really messy hard point for the most part. It's very unlikely that you're able to get a wealth of time off this one. But if Nexus get a wave of gunfights like that, well, hey, maybe they'll be able to do it.
Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
Sparrow's out. Oh, dealt with immediately. Vortex finds one, but the rest of the kills being picked up here by Nexus. This is bad news for Rebels. 2-0 up in this series. It very, very quickly is looking like we're going to be heading over towards map number 5. Dicey and Excellence combining well. You only need 8 seconds if you're Nexus. Rebels keeping this one scrappy, and more so than that, they find a way through. Nexus, though, starting to find the gunfights here. Come the equalizers, though, from the side of Aetham. That's going to just spell the end of this game, surely. Can find a couple. We'll find a few more. And Nexus will force the map number 5 here in this elimination game. Finding the potential reverse sweep to finish this one off. How on earth have we somehow managed here? Rebels should have closed it out in control. And yet, here we are on map number 5.
Well, you say Rebels should have closed this out in control. I mean, technically speaking, the series would end here if Nexus would have done what they should have done at the end of map 1, right? So, like, technically speaking, this should already be Nexus' series. They will know that, but they'll be happy that they're able to close things out at the end of that game. And that was a very back and forth affair. And in the end, I do think it was that kind of phenomenal start from Nexus that did end up befalling Rebels, right? What did they have, like an 80 to 10 point advantage or something like that? Starting as crazy as they did was just so hurtful to Rebels' chances. And Rebels tried. Like, I think there were moments in that game where they were doing everything right in terms of, you know, breaking towards hard points, in terms of spawn control for the rotation as well. And just in the end, just a couple of key rotations ends up winning Nexus the map. Mausen continues to be a solid pickup for Nexus. Again, a reminder, folks, that Mausen was not on the Nexus former second wave roster in open finals. Mausen just joined the lineup starting today. This is his first time playing for the roster. Did not qualify for Esports. Gets picked up by Nexus and is performing his little heart out right now for this roster. Brings them to a game number 5. First game 5 of the challenge season.
I think it's Kurahana as well. Actually, no, it's not. Oh, it's standoff. This is something nice.
Standoff? I'll put that in my...
I believe so. I think it is going to be stand.
Nice.
I think so. Am I talking rubbish here?
Please don't talk rubbish. It's a standoff. Hey, you know what you're talking about for once.
There we go. Yeah. Well, okay. It's surprising, actually, at this time of the morning for us that we are able to get the sense up. But, I mean, look at this. It tells the story. Two very close hard points. A close search and destroy. A close control. Both these two teams quite evenly matched. And it's kind of what we did predict, though. We were coming into this, Brody, and sort of saying to ourselves, yeah, okay, we could see this go in the distance. It's two teams that have... I mean, both of them candidly lost their first games very, very convincingly. And now you go into it, it's the elimination match, and we have a search and destroy to decide it.
Yep, and this will be the first reverse sweep of this season as well. I don't think we got to see a single one in open finals. I didn't really got to see a single map 5 in open finals, right? So this would be our first map 5 of season 6, our first potential reverse sweep of season 6 as well. It's been a phenomenal series so far, and yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there by saying that, like, ultimately, I think coming into this series, we didn't really know what to expect. I think we especially didn't really know what to expect on the Rebels side of things, considering the fact that, again, they kind of got demolished by Undream, so it's like we hadn't really seen Rebels in any real capacity. And for Nexus, they got convincingly 3-0'd by Zitlalix, so both interesting scenarios to be in, but now they're in the most interesting scenario of them all. A Game 5, one search and destroy map to decide who will be moving forward in this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series and who will have their journey end here, right now. One standoff search and destroy to decide it all.
Here we go. Search and destroy in the previous iteration was very, very close. Now this is the first one to die during this map on standoff. Legacy's there, answer back with the counter mountain, which is going to prove to be valuable for the side of Rebels. They're on the defensive side, attacking our Nexus. Still a traded gunfight. It's 3 versus 3.
Well, now numbers in favor of Rebels once again. Bomb slap bang on the site though, so Rebels need really to have the numbers, and they're starting to lose them as well. Turn down to Legacy, and they get shut down. Blade has been stepping things up over the last couple of maps. Turns up once again for a massive 2-piece towards the end of that game.
Yeah, I would agree. He definitely has been stepping it up. First 2 maps was, I don't want to say a passenger, but wasn't quite on the level that he has been over these last 2. Sensational work from Blay. Attacking round under the belt already from Nexus. It's good news for them. Which way do they try and hit now? Can Naz find anything? He got first blooded last time. And Mausen will look for him again.
Rebels can pick up a first blood, catch a player off guard, potentially trying to route their way towards B. That would be huge. Zio would be the player to do it. Of course, Shikon, bit of an off-meta weapon. We've seen it a fair bit from Zio this series thus far. Excellence is peeking it. Zio pops up, gets overwhelmed by 3 different players. There's no immediate trade. There certainly is an effort from Vertex. Going to have to back all the way up here. And if I'm Nexus, right, I've just picked up the first blood. There's no reason to get over-aggressive here. If you can find another one from Mausen, that's huge. Big 1 versus 1. But you've kind of opened up the map with that kill.
Good awareness from Mausen, expecting the push to come on the flank. We've got good info here. And I just do not think that you're going to expect this many players pushing through. If your Legacy, the trade is there. Information gained, though, for the side of Rebels is the jig up for Nexus. 45 seconds or so remaining. Push now going to start coming through. Magnus blocking a hard place springs to mind. It's going to find at least 1 kill, though. Does eventually fall down. So now 3 versus 1. Not going to happen. Nexus will find another round.
It's not over yet.
Looking good here on the attacking side. Looking a lot better drilled, I want to say, so far. Just working very seamlessly together and find themselves 2-0 up.
Yeah, Nexus, just completely overwhelmed Zio towards that back alley and played as a unit from there on out. Seeing a lot of good team play from Nexus here. They really want this reverse sweep to keep their hopes and dreams of doing something of note. Snapdragon Pro Series alive. And it's the same kind of setup once again. Look at them stacked inside bottom brown. Rebels have no chance here on the defense. And it is Zio once again being overwhelmed, by the way. Dicey, if he chooses to push this, might have a freebie. But Naz is watching that flank. So if Naz whiffs, Zio will be dead to rights. Just looking for some way here to puncture the defense, our Nexus.
Slower approach now. Sitting back, expecting Rebels to push over towards them. Mausen will be the one to try and maybe be the tip of the spear. Legacy will show his face. Excellence will back down. I wonder if they are just maybe relying on Mausen, but if you're Aetham and you push out here, you should be dead. Zio holding a nice little corner. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Magnus will find the first gunfight. There you go. Big shots coming in. Excellence. Why are you getting caught up there? That's what I would wonder. But Naz trying to hold this down. Still waiting for a moment on Nexus. That just hasn't ended itself yet. Zio.
Zio. Oh, Zio. Oh, buddy. We got to have a talk about that one, pal. 4 versus 4 we go. Silly kill after silly kill coming through. Numbers are even now. You've got to deal with the players on the site here. Turn. First kill comes through. Second as well. That could be the defining moment here in this round. 1 player left on site. Magnus will find a little bit of value, but not much to speak about beyond that. Legacy trades things out, so 2 versus 1. And he's going to hit the site pretty fast.
Oh, can't quite get there in time, or can he? Dicey is taken down. Left in a 1 versus 1 against Mausen. You've got the cover. Mausen's going to have to go for the chow. Misses the sniper shot. Now all of a sudden it gets very, very scary if you're Mausen. Bring around the Rosies. Legacy will chow. Mausen will win it anyway. And Nexus will find another round. They just seem to have that aura about them in this map. 3-0 now.
And that was squeaky bum time in that round. Very different look, I think, on the whole from Nexus, especially considering you got to remember that they actually lost that first blood down to Excellence, kind of just throwing himself in the middle of the map. Mausen looking from opening snipe in this round. That's not going to happen. And Nexus have a free punt over by A. Rebels haven't got the same defensive setup that they had in the previous round. Now even especially so as they've lost Vertex's a little bit of presence on the site. Legacy now being baited out towards the middle of the map as well. Nexus getting this rock down, and Rebels, I think, now starting to panic.
I think Rebels just didn't have much luck when they have sent bodies over towards A, so they decided to give it up, and now trying to retake it, well, with a disadvantage. A massive one now, 2 versus 4. Zio can find something back against Excellence. Next gunfight's huge. Aetham will find the first. He's about to find the second as well. Chow around the corner. There is Magnus. And here is Mausen. Nexus. 4 to the good. Absolutely cruising here on standoff. And I think, you know, that was it. Like, if you're Rebels, you give it up because you've been getting bodied over there. And then you just couldn't retake because you don't have the numbers at that stage. Nexus 4-0 up on the attacking side. And I don't think it's particularly one that is heavily sided that way. Aetham will find the opening blood. 5 versus 4. I think, honestly, Naz has been opening blooded multiple times now. And it will be an issue. Aetham will find his second of the round. 4 versus 3 in favor of Nexus.
Yeah, things just keep on falling in favor of Nexus here. Rebels don't really ever have a haste in the hole. Magnus at least trades things out, but again, the trades just keep on going in favor of Nexus. The one positive I would say here for Rebels, right, in this 1 versus 3 is that Legacy is very far removed from the action, so they're not necessarily going to be expecting him, but Mausen's just got to look, and I don't think Legacy is long for this world.
They come in hand. Oh, Legacy living on borrowed time. We'll find one onto Aetham. Should be there for the timing. Oh my goodness me. Blair misses the shot. Mausen, though, is there again to pick up the pieces. Speaking of pieces, that's what Rebels have fallen to. 5-0 in the Nexus here. This is as one-sided as you're likely to see in a search and destroy. Not like, I mean, a lot of these rounds have come down to 1v1s, but it's been a trade battle that's always been working out in Nexus's favor. It's been dominating rounds. It's been comfortable rounds. It's their final attacking round now, and can they make it 6-0?
It'd be a flawless offense if they're able to get it done, and they've been picking apart Rebels at the seams every single round. I was going to say that the Rebels defense looks actually okay here for the first time in this game. They've got players over by A. Zio's getting away with some freebies at the moment. Nexus kind of feel like fish in a barrel here. Outside this A site, the only player that can do anything in this scenario now is Blay, and both they and Aetham are going to find some value. Blay not expecting another player outside, so at the very least, Blay will have bought some kind of maneuverability for Nexus here in this 2 versus 2.
Yeah, it's done. And they do have time. A whole minute of it. Try and make a decision on what they want to do. What's the player for Naz and Vortex? Big moment here. Not to oversell the dream for Rebels, but you get one back. Well, at least you feel a little bit better about heading into your own attacking side. Dicey's going to be the first one through the door. Oh, this Vortex just getting terrible timing. Yes, he has. He would have been dead anyway. Atham finds it. I think this might be a full wrap over towards the A side, to be honest with you. And I just don't think they've got a clue that Naz is here.
Here we go. Time to strike. If you're an ass. Oh, they checked the corner. How have they just checked the corner?
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready
That
up.
is a hell of a check from Dicey.
It's a big chal. It's a huge chal. They just maybe presumed he was going to be playing the corner. Wasn't a lot of time left.
Defend the objective.
And Naz gets dealt with. Nexus over towards the defensive side. You're 6-0 up after your attack. It is all to do if you're Rebels. You need to find 6 rounds in a row. And First Blood's going to go over towards Atham. He's been a constant thorn in their side. They were 2-0 up. They were 2-1 up in the control. And all of a sudden they are staring down the barrel of being eliminated here.
4 versus 3 as well. Got an ace in the hole in Dicey. He was very far removed from the rest of the team, making the longest flank known to man. Feel like the House of Cards is about to come collapsing down for Rebels in the closing moments. 1 versus 1. Again, Dicey's now had the call made to him. And will now activate one last player, and there it is, the first reverse sweep of Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series here in North America, and it comes from Nexus.
Incredible stuff from Nexus for the reverse sweep. 2-0 down. They were 2-1 down in the control as well. They spun that one on its head. Dominant in map number 4. And utter domination again in map number 5. Sensational work from Nexus. They will go through and we will see them in a couple of weeks' time. But for Rebels, your journey is over. And that is maybe the worst way to do it in. 2-0 up in the control. They arguably did fumble it, but I suppose, you know, you can go back to the first map as well, Brody. We're kind of talking about it. Nexus could have definitely closed that one out as well. It's an awkward one to be in if you're Rebels, though. You had a lot more, couldn't quite bring it to the table, and decimated in map number 5, Roller.
I mean, no one was going down without a fight there. That was a very, very impressive determination to live, really, on behalf of Nexus there, because I thought heading into the control that it was for Rebels, Brody, and at the end of the day, they just couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I said it a couple of times, right? I mean, technically speaking, the first half of the series was extremely close, right? I mean, again, Nexus should have won the hard point ultimately. You know, again, we went pretty much the distance in the search and destroy. We were 1 round shy of an overtime there as well. So I don't think at any point I necessarily felt like this was definitely Rebel series for sure. But again, I mean, Tan already mentioned it, the fact that they were 2-1 up in the control. They're going to be kicking themselves about the utilization of the operators in that map as well.
Well, as everybody at home sees reflected here in the bracket, that means that Rebels are knocked out, but Nexus will stay alive in that lower bracket. And they'll be waiting there to see who they have to fight against to qualify for that second challenge final spot. And that will be whoever is the loser of the matchup between Undream and Zitlalix. So not an easy road for Nexus to get through, but still a little bit of a beacon of hope. Meanwhile, that's only half of the squads that we have here in the competition. We still haven't even gotten to see Group B yet and what they can bring to the table. We will be seeing them next week, and they will do the exact same thing that we saw here today. We'll get through those 2 upper bracket matches, and then we'll go into our first lower bracket match. And I think people are waiting to see what this bracket's going to bring for us to competition-wise here, Tan.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I think it's the ones that, I mean, outside of the top team, I think it's a little bit harder to call, but there should be some really, really good games next week. Looking forward to see how it goes down.
And we'll see if we can get another reverse sweep, if we get some more 3-0s. Still lots of storylines that we're going to be paying attention to. I mean, Brody, next week kind of has a little bit to live up here to. Will we see some 3-0s out of those upper bracket squads? Are they going to want to be as decisive?
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see some 3-0s, right? I mean, again, like I've already mentioned it, the fact you've got NA fall-offs in there, I'd be very surprised if they didn't kind of, again, I know this is a bit of a kind of early call to make, but if they didn't 3-0 their way into the upper bracket final of that group, and then I always also kind of feel the same way about ARP Gaming. Again, you've got some really solid names on that roster. They've also strengthened the roster post-open finals as well. Like, it's very difficult to imagine those matches being closer than just simple 3-0 sweeps. Beyond that, though, who knows? I mean, we didn't expect today to end with a reverse sweep game 5 in the Search and Destroy, so maybe that'll happen again.
Literally anything can always happen here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So if you guys haven't done so already and you want to keep up to date with everything that we've got going on here for the rest of the challenge season in all of our regions, just follow us on social media, whether that is X, Insta, or Facebook. You've got ESL Mobile and ESL_mobile there on Insta. Follow along. That way you won't miss a single second of anything that we've got going on. And if you want to hang out with a bunch of people as well, you can join our Discord server, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Talk all things Call of Duty Mobile. Talk about the other regions. We showed you which teams qualified through to their challenge seasons as well. And we're, of course, going to have so many more competitions throughout the year, whether that's Mobile Masters or our champs at the end of the year. Another round of our SPS season. I mean, it's only March. We've only just begun, okay? So you're going to want to be on there so you don't miss a single second of it. But it has been a long 3 matches, but they are still completed now. 3 matches. Week 1 of the challenge season is in the books for North America, and Undreamins at Lalix are sitting pretty on the upper portion of that bracket. Will Nexus live to see another day after a brutal reverse sweep? I mean, the fact that one team has already been eliminated from the challenge is just crazy. And we're going to do it all over again next week. So you have to make sure that you tune back in to see how all of it turns out with the other half of our challenge teams. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for helping us make this whole thing possible. And a huge thank you to all of you at home as well for watching. We'll see you next week.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the United States Air Force.